Selamat datang and hello to you all wherever you are in the world. My name is Boz Rosendahl, aka The Mountain, and welcome to Jakarta for the ninth stop on the 2025 Women's Series season. First time we've hosted the Women's Series in Indonesia. And 3x3 doesn't stop there as we have a challenger for the men to boot as well. We kick things off today with a 6-team qualifying draw concluding earlier. Congratulations to Thailand and Japan. And now we are into the main draw with our first look at Christchurch from New Zealand. First time we've seen this team on the Women's Series, as they usually feature on the Nations Leagues for New Zealand. Azure Anderson, Anika Highland, Maya Jones, and Kavana Lene. Anderson, a part of the Asia Cup team for this year. And they're going to face a team that came out of the qualifying draw in Japan. We saw a lot of them earlier. Victories over Romania and Puerto Rico. Aya Katsura was the leading scorer. And there's Kiho Miyashita, a force under the basket. This Japan team plays with pace and poise. And we'll see how Christchurch handles their style of 3x3. I am curious to see what style Christchurch itself will play. New Zealand usually features interesting takes on 3x3 basketball in a positive way. Anyway, referees in this one, Guy Kim, Vanessa Devlin. As we kick off pool play here with Pool D action. We'll go D, C, B, A in that order. And we'll be here live with you all day until right around 9 o'clock p.m. Local time. We'll close things off. We'll know who's made it to the knockout rounds, and then we'll start tomorrow with a fresh slate and a knockout rounds to boot to see whoever can come away with that bag of prize money. And a bag will be had here. Prize money in the Women's Series at an all-time high, over $1 million this year alone. And the question here is going to be what the effect of 2 earlier games on Japan will have, especially in the sweltering heat out here in Jakarta. 34 degrees Celsius, 93 Fahrenheit for you Fahrenheit people out there. Anyway, that's going to take a toll on your body. So these teams will get ready to get going. They have never faced each other, as again, Christchurch is a first-time addition to the Women's Series. They come in as a 4th seed. And here we go. Japan with the rock first. They go into a backdoor cut. Behind the screen, there's Katsura. She's open. She's fouled. Katsura again from the high post. Miyashita, there's Tsurumi. Tsurumi to Katsura. The pass is broken up with another foul. That's 2 on Christchurch, who set a physical bar pretty high here early. Reeds, though, aren't having any of it. Same play for Japan. They keep going to it, and another foul on Christchurch, who keep reaching in, and they'll have to adjust to the level of physicality the referees are allowing out here in Jakarta if they want to stick around. 3 fouls in, well, 20 seconds time. Yashita lines up on 2 bottoms for Japan, 2-zip. Christchurch finally in possession of the rock. A drive is missed. Tsurumi working behind the screen again. Has a look, opts out of it. Flips it back. There's Miyashita again. Sidestep, same spot. Different result. A miss on Miyashita. Christchurch now in need of some offense. Lene. Lene leans in. Doesn't rock with it. So Christchurch, their first ever Women's Series action again. Rough start to the game. Minute in, 3 fouls, no points, and down 2-zip. have to deal with the speed of Japan, who now have Tsurumi and Takahashi on the floor. 3-zip Japan. Oh, spinning. Bucket not had there. Japan back to the ball screen action. This time they featured Takahashi with a two-hand jumper. Wilson secured by the team in white. New Zealand will have the physical advantage here, as they are the taller team. Jones takes advantage. Average age for this Christchurch team is very young. 3 players under 21 years of age. Again, that all feature in the Nations League, the youth competitions for FIBA 3x3. Japan have 3 ladies that featured on the World Cup this year. They surprised some of the favorites. Got a day 1 victory against eventual gold medal winners Netherlands out of the way, where they ran out of steam in the quarterfinals. Backdoor cut, Miyashita snuffed out. Christchurch take over. Corner 2 balls up, but ends at the front of the rim. Takahashi controls the Wilson. Christchurch has been able to adapt, playing physical without fouling. Break up the pass here. Katsura tries to get the ball to the corner. It is out of bounds. 2.3 seconds on the shot clock. Actually, never mind. That is a turnover. Christchurch in possession. And an offensive foul on that handoff. Jones leading into that handoff action. Sticks out a hip. There you go. Tsurumi down on the floor. 4th foul on Christchurch. And runs a lot of their action through Katsura in the high post. This time she finds Miyashita. Ball screen action. Great kick. And Anderson with the finish. Miyashita has been very active offensively. This one, Tsurumi cleans up the mess. Japan's off to the races, 5-2, 3 minutes in. Anderson this time all by herself. No one home, but all. Well, I'm sure she wants that back. Katsura, no. Good defense by Katsura, and a carry as a result. Thailand turning the ball over. First TV timeout. And look back at some of the action for Japan as Miyashita has featured heavily to start this game and has delivered like DoorDash. Mid-range pull-up for her as well. Scoring on all 3 levels of the court. And Christchurch struggling to keep up in points, not in fouls. There's Miyashita again. This time with the cross and a righty scoop. That is money. 6-2, Lene, no answer. Gets her own rebound. This time Anderson with the offensive board. Long range attempt from Highland, off the mark. Christchurch getting some good shots, just hasn't been able to convert. And then they have to deal with the constant pick and roll threat for Japan, but well, some bad misses here for both teams. Tsurumi on the drive, snuffed out, and sent back.
Red ball, 6 minutes remaining.
Katsura steps all the way back, lines up a 2. Rebound in the hands of Takahashi. Takahashi operating from the logo. Takahashi looking for Katsura. There's some hands in there, so Tsurumi has to force up a prayer. And that is off the mark. So Japan getting some good action out of pick and rolls. Christchurch, though, their defense is keeping them in this game because offense is few and far between. And as I say that, they turn the ball.
Red ball.
Fresh 12 for Japan to work with. Katsura trying to speed by everybody, but it's picked off. Highland open underneath the basket, misses an easy one again. Katsura from range, just off the mark as we approach the halfway mark in this game. In a low-scoring affair. Japan not looking as sharp as they did earlier in the qualifying draw. Christchurch, again, struggling to create consistent offense, or at least put the ball in the basket when they get the opportunity to do so. Takahashi, no, gets her own board. And there's Miyashita again. She's been the constant force here for Japan in this game. 7-2 as a result. Ball pressure from Japan, but Christchurch get away from it. A cross and a scoop shot, but still off the mark. Katsura sidesteps for a two-piece. No sand ball on the side. And then a take foul on Japan, who have no fouls yet. First one now to stop the action here and get a little breather, maybe get a substitute in. So this young Christchurch squad, they need some offense here. High post action. Flip screen look. Highland sort of open. Gets it back out. And that two ball off the backboard, but out. Tsurumi receives the pass, kicks it back out. Katsura wide open for a free look at two. And a 9-2 lead now for Japan. Uh-oh. How? She dropped her to her rear end. Katsura with the fake and a trap. Hopped on the same leg. Referee snuffing it out. Look at this cartoon slippage like a banana peel. Whoop! That's one of the crossovers of the year.
Let's go, ladies. In the meantime, we had 9, Christchurch 3, with 3 minutes and 49 seconds remaining.
Scoop shot, again off the mark. Miyashita is left wide open and finishes up the play. Japan in double figures, 10-3. Anderson finally gets Christchurch their 4th point. They are not out of this yet. With 3 minutes to go, 3-possession game. Make that a 4-possession game after that layup. Lenin. And bodies hitting the floor under the basket. A whistle there. That'll be the second on Japan. High post action for Christchurch. Oh, double crossed. No easy looks. As, however, however undersized this Japan team is, they play a physical brand of 3x3. And it's making life on the young Kiwis pretty tough. Katsura, open, off the glass, up and in. Anderson with the response. Takahashi now left open as well, and the twos are raining for Japan, a 10-point lead. Oh, left everybody, but again blew the crib. Now it's Terumi. Katsura with all the confidence. Chases down her own rebound, keeps it in bounds as well. Backdoor cut, Miyashita, easy layup. Japan is dismantling Christchurch here. Highland, that two is very much needed, and it drops. That makes the score a little bit more respectable. And Christchurch takes a timeout. But Japan is cooking up some fresh satay with some sambal on the side with a 16-7 lead here on the back of a flurry of twos in the last couple of minutes. But look at that, the highlight of the game. Right to left cross. And Takahashi takes a seat.
Under 2 minutes remaining, Japan 16, Christchurch 7.
Under 2 minutes. Japan looking to get to 21. Miyashita scoops, good.
17-7.
The answer for Christchurch, long. 7 on the shot clock. Lene, no. Flare screen action for the Japanese. Now the speed and the lay for Takahashi. And Miku Takahashi, a member of that World Cup team. The twos for Christchurch are not falling whatsoever. New Zealand, ever since the Asia Cup, known as 2-point nation, but twos are on Japan's side here. Jones hits the shoulder of Miyashita there. Still a little bit shaken up. Go to the bench and try to get some treatment. But with 66 seconds left in the game, Japan is in the driver's seat, in control of this one. Anderson. Difficult shot. So let me try to sneak a pass through. Ends up a kick ball. Fresh 12 for team in red. But Japan continued their dominance that they displayed earlier today in the qualifying draw.
Under 1 minute remaining.
The speed, the shooting ability of these Japanese ladies is tough to deal with, although that shot sails wide left. Takahashi, no connection on the attempt there.
42 seconds left. 42 seconds.
Christchurch, they need to try to put some points on the board in case of a three-way tie. You never know what happens in 3x3. That will help. Ball screen action now. Takahashi with the stop and go. Katsura wide open. Easy look at two. But no make. Under 20 seconds here. Anderson swings it. Ball screen action down to Anderson on the block. Couldn't squeeze the pass. Drives all the way around. Scoop shots off the mark. Katsura, another two, no good. And with a second to go, that two from the corner also left begging. So Christchurch stick at 8 points. Japan, they get the victory, 18-8. After a tight start to the game. They raced out to an early lead and kept their foot on the gas throughout the entire game with physicality on defense and cuts and shots on offense. And they get the first dub of the main draw here in the Women's Series in Jakarta. And we'll see both these teams later on. But look at the highlights first before we move into Pool C action. That up in just a few minutes.
Bisa ngerasain cuaca di Indonesia, di Jakarta khususnya. Oke, harapannya dari event ini apa untuk basket atau 3x3 Indonesia? Semakin maju basket Indonesia. Dari Ulaanbaatar? Semakin sering berarti ya event 3x3 yang ada di Indonesia. Nah, kalau misalnya tahu nanti informasi lebih lanjutnya seperti apa event-event 3x3 di Indonesia, kamu juga bisa cek aja foto teman-teman semua di @3x3jkt. Jadi semua informasinya ada di sosial media. Dan terima kasih pasti untuk semua sponsor yang sudah mendukung Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora. Dan terima kasih untuk para sponsor yaitu Simpati, Wonder by BNI, MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Format, ada juga Emilia, Madu Enak, Aqua, Durafa, Bali Fiber, lalu juga terima kasih untuk Red Bull Cup, Raja Hospital Bebas Cedera, Free Fire, Kopi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar, Hanosui, Simba, Jajaran Sekeliling. Nah, untuk jajaran keliling, ini kalau misalnya mau coba makanan-makanan, jajaran ini bisa banget. Silakan langsung menuju ke festival jajaran sekeliling. Sambil nunggu games berikutnya, saya mau ngobrol. Saya melihat salah satu pemain tim nasional Indonesia basket. Selamat siang yang ini. Gak apa-apa. Selamat siang. Oh, ngumpet iya bener berdua deh. Kamu mau tanya aja, gimana tanggapannya tentang event Inaspro 3x3 ini? Oke, semakin banyak event internasional yang diadakan di Indonesia. Tapi kalau misalnya ngelihat nih, tadi kan kita lihat beberapa negara, beberapa tim. Menurut kamu gimana sih permainan mereka? Jadi sebagai insight baru juga main 3x3 apalagi untuk cewek-cewek ya. Terima kasih banyak kalau gitu. Oh iya, habis ini ada pertanyaan berikutnya. Dukungnya mana? Dukung Indonesia. Oke, thank you banget. Terima kasih. Baik, dan sekali lagi saya ingetin nih untuk teman-teman semua, jangan lupa juga untuk posting keseruan di Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta. Silakan langsung cek ke Instagramnya Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta, ada di @3x3jkt. Hashtagnya juga pakai hashtagnya, jadi kita tahu keseruannya seperti apa di event Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora. Sekali lagi, terima kasih juga untuk para sponsor di Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora. Terima kasih untuk Simpati, Wonder by BNI, MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Format, Emilia, Madu Enak, Aqua. Terima kasih Durafa, Bali Fiber, ada juga Red Bull Cup, Raja Hospital Bebas Cedera, Free Fire, Kopi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar, Hanasui, lalu juga Simba, jajaran Rans Keliling, Kemenpora, Inaspro, dan juga DPP Perdaksi.
Take a look at beautiful Plaza Timur in Jakarta before we shift our attention to Pool C action here in just a few minutes. This is a first ever for Indonesia, a women's series and a challenger to boot. But look, we got to continue action here with Australia coming out next. It's Annalie Meili, a women's series stop MVP on a win for the Aussies earlier this year in Ulaanbaatar. And they bring Soa and Whittle from that squad as well, supplemented with Hannah Hank. So the Aussies with a substitution, no Allie Wilson. But let's see how this affects their level of play. Beat the USA in that Ulaanbaatar finals with Meili scoring the game winner and picking up that MVP. And went into the World Cup and came in fifth, losing to the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. They're going to have to take on the local favorites, Jakarta. These players, Alistan, Kristalin, Fio, and Putri, three of which feature on the Nations League squads. Alistan, Fio, and Putri. The last one, Kristalin, she was on the World Cup in 2016. That was our last event played. So let's see how they fare in their first foray onto the women's series. Referees, Eddie Du and Guy Kim. The Aussies, of course, a heavy favorite in this matchup. They come in as your number 2 seed. Jakarta coming as a 13 seed. And again, they bring the youth movement from the Nations Leagues right into the women's series. Outside Tasha Debbie Chrisley, of course, who has some experience from the past but hasn't played for H3 since that World Cup in 2016. Both the men and the women were featured in that World Cup, by the way, for Indonesia. One of the members of the men's squad, Rama, now the head coach. And let's see how they fare against world-class competition. The Aussies, the Gangaroos will start with the rock, and let's go sprinting for the next 10 minutes. Pool C action from Jakarta on deck. Screening action for Soa. Working behind that screen, Whittle spins. Can't get it to go. Rebound there. Hank is fouled on the offensive rebound. So Hannah Hank step onto the free throw stripe. She was a part of the earliest iteration of this Australia squad on the women's series. We started out with her, McSpadden, Bourne, Fowler, and of course Soa in their first 2 stops in Chengdu and Marseille, where they came in 2nd and 10th respectively. Then they switched to the World Cup squad for Ulaanbaatar, which they picked up a win in. Of course not in the World Cup, that is, but in the women's series. And now on a journey to try to see if they can pick up a crown here in Jakarta. They are up 3-zip to start. Easy layup, Valencia, the 18-year-old with the scoop shot, getting Jakarta on the board. Theo will take a seat. Screen action for Australia. Soa working behind the screen with a 2-ball of her own. Splash. The Gangaroos up 5-1. Debbie off the glass for the answer. Jakarta stay within 2. Meili Takes Debbie on a drive, is locked up with a foul. And Annalie Maley looked like she was in a shooting motion there. So we'll have a chance from the free throw stripe here. Free throw missed. Rebound Soa. Hank with the physicality down there. Easy post up. And this is what Hannah Hank can bring. Big target underneath the basket. Physical, can easily score. There she goes again with a duck in. That size advantage is real. Jakarta's going to have to figure out a way to handle that without fouling. They are now at 4 fouls after 1 minute and 30 seconds of action here. 6-3 score. Hank's open again. Instead, they go to Whittle. Step back 2, off the mark. Maley controls the Wilson. Gets it cleared. Hank's open again. Look at the work down there. The physicality of Hannah Hank. Valencia struggling to keep up. Another foul on Jakarta. That is 5. And they are hacking like computer nerds. Hank again. 7-3. Debbie. Off the mark this time. Whittle gets it cleared. Drives herself. Hangs. Doesn't hit, but is fouled. So that is 6 on Jakarta, who are struggling to keep up with the physicality the Aussies bring. It's Whittle here on the drive. Valencia tries to contest, but hits the forearm. So another free throw for the Gangaroos. This one's down. A 5-point lead. Quick transition, the ball swung. Whittle, drive it again, spin. Soa is open. She hit one from that spot earlier, and that's money again. Hila Soa, good 2-point shooter. 22% on the season, might be a little bit below the mark that many were expecting when she stepped onto this women's series in 2025. But 2 for 2 so far. Soa with the reverse, off the mark. Debbie. Ooh, left or right cross off the high post. Good move, no finish though. Hanks open again. Kicks it out. Maley lines up at 2. And Hanks down there to clean up the mess. What a force Hannah Hanks been so far in the game. Fio. Corner 2 off the mark. Soa now. Oh, Maley lost her like it's 2004. Debbie. Nuh-uh. So it's broken up. 7 seconds remain on the shot clock. The Gangaroos will retain possession after the first TV timeout. And it's been the physicality of the Gangaroos that have made the difference so far. Jakarta stuck at 3 points and 6 fouls. Meanwhile, the Aussies keep feeding Hannah Hank and trickling some 2s to boot. You can see Soa here lines up for the first and second attempt from the same spot, and then Maley gets involved as well with the scoopy-doop. Seen a lot more deliberate movement from the Aussies. Maybe even more screening action that we're used to from them in the past. Look at the ball screen here. The patience and the layup. Oh, cross up. But It's broken up by Whittle. Quick transition here. Maley hangs, hits. Aussies are trying to put this game away quickly. Whittle back to Maley. Another layup. These Aussies are connecting like 5G. Fio. Another screening action. Maley this time opts for a midi. Trickles out. Hanks there again to, well, I thought clean up the mess, but takes a little bit. A couple of attempts here. And no make the boot. 15-3 is the score, though. We approach the halfway mark in this one. That one's short. Whittle gets to the cup and hangs for the lay. Debbie steps into another two. And that rebound squeezed, but a jump ball situation. Valencia couldn't hold on. Whittle tied her up. That means defense ball, aka Kangaroo possession with a fresh 12. Soa down to Whittle. Maley with the deliberate screening action. Another miss. And then a two trickles in for Jakarta. Quick answer from the Kangaroos, though. Whittle under the basket. Natasha, no good. And a foul on the cut. That is the 7th on Jakarta. 2 free throws coming up for Annalie Maley. Natasha had to try to pull the emergency brakes there. Couldn't reach the Wilson. This could get the Aussies to 19 points. Maley. Money on the first. Second one's good as well. Debbie looking for some space. Up and under for Debbie. Hanks open again. Those seals are incredible. She is so tough to stop once she puts a body on you. Big target underneath that basket. Look at her carve out some space. 20th point for the Kangaroos on the board. They're looking to close this one out early. Jakarta. Anything left in the tank, they lob it up. Maley's hands in there. And the Kangaroos' game plan has been cleaner than a fresh pair of sneakers, as they're running Jakarta off the table here. Hank. Whittle's left open for two, no good. Maley with the board, spins into a fadey, and that is all she wrote. The Kangaroos dismantled Jakarta on a business-like game plan. Out there doing it CEO style and getting a victory, 21-5 over homestanding Jakarta. Started with some good shots, but mainly fouled a bunch in the game and lost the Kangaroos on all the cuts and drives they could lose them on. So an early finish in this one. Enjoy the highlights as we take a short break here. Got a couple minutes before Pool C action starts. Actually, we went BCA. So in about 15 minutes, the Ulaanbaatar Amazons and Thailand are on deck. That game slated to start at 4:10 p.m. local time. Enjoy the highlights. We'll be right back for more 3x3 action from Jakarta.
Ya tentu saya mengimbau ini ada sebuah perhelatan kelas dunia yang ada di Indonesia, dan mungkin bagi teman-teman ada yang baru sekali ini dan di dalam negeri ada tenda kayak begini. Ini dibuat khusus untuk acara ini, dan harapannya setiap event-event olahraga Menpora standarnya akan seperti ini. Dan kita pengen teman-teman yang masih ada di luar sana baru nonton TV bisa datang. Nanti juga ada hiburan, ada pas weekend, ada hara, ada, jadi bukan cuma nonton pertandingan, tapi kita ingin memberikan experience dalam menonton olahraga.
Oke, terima kasih kalau begitu Pak Ferry. 3 hari ke depan pokoknya sehat-sehat, lancar-lancar.
Amin, mudah-mudahan cuaca juga bagus. Dan sebagai informasi aja, karena kita beberapa belakangan ini tiba-tiba hujan petir, kita juga sebenarnya sudah menyiapkan backup venue tertutup gitu ya. Jadi nggak kelihatan di sini, tapi ketika nanti amit-amit gitu ya, ada hujan badai, pertandingannya akan pindah ke backup venue.
Oke, berarti sudah dipersiapkan ya, ada plan A, B, C, D sampai Z kayaknya ya Pak ya. Sampai Z paling ke A.
Menpora sekarang lebih.
Iya, thank you Pak Ferry. Terima kasih banyak. Jadi seperti yang disampaikan juga, kalau misalnya pengen tahu informasi lebih lanjutnya, teman-teman juga boleh cek aja di sosial medianya 3x3 JKT. Jadi event 3x3 Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta ini juga didukung penuh sama Menpora dan didukung penuh juga sama DBP Perbasi serta para sponsor yang sudah mendukung di Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta. Terima kasih banyak untuk Simpati, Wonder by BNI, ada juga MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Format, Emilia Madu Enak, Aqua Durafa, lalu juga Bali Fiber, ada Red Bull, Half Raja Hospital, Bebas Cerah, Free Fire, Kopi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar Indonesia, Hanasuri, Simba, Jajaran, dan juga Menpora serta Inaspro. Terima kasih banyak. Kita masih punya pertandingan berikutnya. Kita masih punya berbagai macam pertandingan dengan aksi-aksi yang menarik juga, karena ini adalah event yang sangat luar biasa. Ini adalah event 3x3 di mana Indonesia ini menjadi tuan rumah, atau Jakarta menjadi tuan rumah buat 2 ajang sekaligus. Ajang yang pertama adalah FIBA 3x3 Women's Series, di mana ini diadakannya hari ini dan juga besok. Dan nanti di hari Sabtu dan Minggu kita akan pindah ke FIBA 3x3 Challenger Jakarta. Jadi untuk pria-prianya akan bermain di hari Sabtu dan Minggu. Yang tadi sudah disampaikan juga, ini bukan hanya nonton pertandingan basket aja, tapi juga bisa menikmati jajanan-jajanan, kuliner khasnya Indonesia. Wah, sampai belibet ngomongnya, saking banyak kayaknya kulinernya yang ada di Festival Jajanan Rams. Jadi silakan boleh mencoba dari mulai makanan-makanan berat, ada cemilan, ada minuman-minuman juga, dan penampilan dari bintang tamu juga. Bukan cuma nonton basket, bisa sambil makan, bisa sambil menikmati hiburan juga. Karena sebagai tuan rumah Indonesia juga ini selain memberikan pengalaman atau experience yang sangat luar biasa untuk para peserta, juga memberikan kenyamanan untuk para penonton. Dan sekarang saya akan kembali lagi menuju ke, kayaknya kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu di sebelah sana, boleh kali ya? Kita ngobrol di sebelah sini, kayaknya banyak banget yang bisa diajak ngobrol nih ya. Selamat sore mantan pemain basket tim nasional Indonesia, pemilik gelar juara terbanyak sepanjang Liga Basket Putri Indonesia digelar. Selamat sore. Berdiri dong Pak, biar kelihatan, biar tahu. Kak Cecil, aku pengen tahu, tadi kan nonton pertandingan sebelumnya Jakarta atau di biasanya adalah Indonesia ya. Menurut Kak Cecil nih basket putri Indonesia khususnya di 3x3 gimana Kak?
Jujur sih timnya nggak terlalu proteksi ya, tapi dengan sistem media dan misalnya udah mulai berkembang sih ya dibanding dulu zaman aku masih main sekolah. Sekarang banyak juga pemain muda-muda yang bagus. Menurut aku event ini perlu
sini udah mulai banyak makanan, nyoba makanan, terus kayak gitu masuknya juga dikasih snack. Ini pasti dari Simba, karena Simba merupakan salah satu sponsor juga di 3x3 Inos Pro Jakarta untuk sponsor kita yang sudah mendukung. Sekali lagi terima kasih kepada para sponsor, terima kasih banyak atas simpati untuk supporter FIBA 3x3, lalu juga untuk MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Forman, Emilia, Madu Enak, Aqua, Durafa, Bali Fiber, Red Bull, lalu juga KAF, Raja Hospital, Bebas Cedera, Free Fire, Romi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar Indonesia, Hanasuri, Simba, jajaran sekeliling Kemenpora dan juga Innas Pro. Terima kasih juga untuk teman-teman yang sudah follow Instagramnya dari 3x3 JKT. Saya mau tanya di sini ada yang sudah follow apa belum? Siapa yang udah follow? Di follow belum? Instagramnya 3x3 mana? Aku tahu. Coba. Wah, udah diikutin. Oke, mantap. Terima kasih banyak. Ada lagi yang sudah follow? Udah follow kak? Udah follow. Aku lihat dulu. Jangan lupa posting keseruan hari ini juga ya. Ini adalah teman-teman dari komunitas 3x3 ya. Nah, sekarang kita follow juga. Kita tanya dulu. Sudah follow kakak? Udah. Terima kasih sudah di follow. Aku tanya. Oke, sekarang aku mau tahu kamu dukungnya di mana sih? Oh, Jepang. Terima kasih Mas Dodo. Selamat menyaksikan jalannya pertandingan ya kak. Udah jalan-jalan belum jajan? Udah. Makan apa kak tadi? Oke, makan minian ya. Berarti masih belum makan-makan yang berat-berat ya. Oke, kalau gitu terima kasih banyak dan selamat menikmati jajanan-jajanan di jajaran Rans dan juga pertandingan-pertandingan seru di Inas Pro 3x3 Jakarta.
Alright, moving on to the next match. We have Team Ulaanbaatar Amazons versus Thailand. First up from Team Ulaanbaatar Amazons. Ayun Sensei, Bat-Ente.
There's Batgirl. Aryan Setsek, Bat Erdeen. The Ulaanbaatar Amazons featured 3 of the ladies that were at the World Cup for Team Mongolia. Took home a silver. Nadine Kusel and Kulan both there as well, of course. And they are joined by Bolo Erdeen Batsoy. These are your Ulaanbaatar Amazons. The 4th event for them on the year. 3rd in Chengdu. 3rd in Marseille. 7th at home in Ulaanbaatar. And now they step to the plate here in Jakarta. They face a team Thailand that looked very, very dangerous earlier today in the qualifying draw. Took down both the United States as well as Mongolia. And there was the star of the show, Udom Suk, with a 14-point outing to take out United States of America. She's joined by Bunsin Pram, Rungrian, and Kunshan. And this Thailand team is dangerous because Udom Suk is a lethal scorer. Let's see how they match up with the 3rd seeded Amazons out of Ulaanbaatar. Again, the Amazons in their first action since that World Cup finals run. Amazons, one of the best rebounding teams in the field, 2nd best overall in the women's series, 19.4 rebounds per game for the Mongolians. They got a top 10 player in Ulaanbaatar. But don't count out Aryan Setseg, whose run at that World Cup was incredible, both on offense and on defense. Let's see if they can bring some of that same spirit out here to Indonesia as they start their campaign in Pool C. Kusel. To Arjen Setseg. Arjen Setseg with the physicality. Basket doesn't trickle in. Gets her own board and gets fouled. Arjen Setseg here. Bites the dust. First foul on Thailand. There she is again, Arjen Setseg. Rebound, not chased down by Kulan. That's out of bounds. Udomsuk. Difficult take by Kunchan, that is off the mark. Wilson squeezed by the team in white. Nandi Kusel. Nanda operating. Kulan steps back, launches a two, way off the mark. That is out of bounds. Possession back over to Thailand. Rumrian, righty scoop, and Thailand's on the board first. Arjen Setseg off the mark. You wonder how Thailand, already playing 2 games and operating in that qualifying draw, is going to affect play here, in the sense that they get that first bit of mental focus out of the way, and maybe you're a little bit sharper, a little bit more game tested. But on the other hand, in the sweltering heat out here in Jakarta, it is, as mentioned, 35 degrees, 94, 95 Fahrenheit. It is a little bit difficult. You do get tired. Kulan stuck, nowhere to go. To Arjen Setseg, kicks it out. Nanda, I think Kusel can't connect. Ulaanbaatar not on the board yet. These teams know each other very well. Have played a few times already this year. Kulan operating behind the screen, tries to get it to Arjen Setseg, and another foul on the floor. That is the number 2 foul on Thailand. And a lot of teams are going to struggle with this. Arjen Setseg's physicality that she brings to the game is incredible. Kulan down to Arjen Setseg off the glass, and the Amazons are on the board. A 1-1 score after 2 minutes of action. Bunsen Brum. Fade and scoring. All Thailand needs is a little bit of secondary scoring outside of Udomsuk, who is an offensive system unto herself. There she is, lining up a 2 from the corner, missing that shot. Erdine passes snuffed out. Thailand in action. Kunchuan drives, fouled. Both teams struggling to put points up. Kunchuan with an easy opportunity from the stripe here, as Arjen Setseg came over to break up that layup. Kunchuan converts on the free throw. And the answer right away from Nanda. So 3-2. And it travels, so Thailand turn it over. Bit of a shift in the momentum here. And credits to the Ulaanbaatar Amazons for once again getting the game to their speed, playing at their own pace. Arjen Setseg with the step back. focus on shooting a large volume of twos. They make sure to hit just enough to usually try to get some W's. So far, no makes from the outside yet. Kulan. Handoff action with Arjen Setseg. Another one of those 2-point shots, and yeah. That's a pretty bad miss there for Kulan. The Warrior Princess couldn't connect. We are at our first TV timeout in a low-scoring affair between Thailand and Ulaanbaatar Amazons. Some of the very, very important persons coming to check the action here in Jakarta in Timur Park. Saw the score open by Rung Rian with a leaner.
Under 7 seconds
But Arjen Setseg pulled the Amazons within a point, and that's where we are now. Travel called on that Udamsuk take. Letting Kusel down to the block. Arjen Setseg. Easy money. Size mismatch with Rung Rian. Outplayed Arjen Setseg. So good at that. Kunchan drains a 2. Timely score there for Thailand. High post look here. Nandi Kusel lines up a 2 of her own. Outside shots not falling yet for Ulaanbaatar. The Amazons now have to contend with Rung Rian. Offensive foul. And a turnover on the Mongolian ladies. Oh, easy money. 6-3 now, Thailand. And the Amazons get a 2-piece from Nandamonium. Baseline jumper is good, and a bump to boot. Foul on Bolar Ardeen and Ulaanbaatar. As Udamsuk takes the contact, splashes the midi, and will take a trip to the free throw stripe as well. 5th foul on the Ulaanbaatar Amazons. Something to keep an eye on here as we approach the halfway mark. Udamsuk converts the free throw. It's a 3-point lead now. Kulan. A little bit quiet in this one so far. Pulls up from the mid-range. Nuh-uh. Back to Udamsuk. This time she leans with it and rocks with it. She's such a gifted scorer on this Thailand squad. Kulan, no. And Bolar Ardeen chases that ball down. Is out of bounds. But a foul on Thailand will retain the possession for the Mongolian ladies. Who again, as mentioned, had a magical run at the World Cup in Mongolia, and their home city, Ulaanbaatar, defeating the likes of the United States of America, the Olympic champs Germany, and Poland. Just the stuff of storybook legend for these, well, 3 of the 4 ladies on this Ulaanbaatar squad. Bolar Ardeen, of course, not a part of that team. Cheongkam in her place. Arjen Setseg now driving baseline, leans, but can't convert. Ulaanbaatar struggling to put some points on the board. Their shot's not falling. Bunsen Prom, well, that shot's not falling either. Wasted possession by the Thai ladies there.
4 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Thailand 9, Ulaanbaatar 5.
some of the action here is Kulan. It's a tough drive baseline. Nanda again, no. Mess cleaned, well, almost cleaned up by Buller-Erdeen. She can't convert. She gets another try at it. And finally that goes down. 9-6. Ulaanbaatar with a quick baseline spin. Pretty move and a bucket to boot. That action's wrapped up. And that means defense possession. So Thailand will get a fresh 12 here as Amazons lost to Wilson. Managed to trace it down. Jump ball situation, though, does get rewarded to the defense. So here goes Ulaanbaatar again. That 2-ball spins out. Nothing Kusel. No. And a shot clock violation now as the Amazons keep struggling on offense. 2 points out, it's not falling. The layups are not going down. And Thailand with a semi-comfortable 4-point lead. VIPs look like they're enjoying the show so far out here in Jakarta. In this beautiful venue at Timur Park. Not just a women's series event here, as mentioned, we also host a challenger here later on in the week. Where we at? Into the post, there's Kunchan, no. Wilson problem, that Wilson's lost. Out of bounds it goes, ball white. There's that pick and pop action with Adian Setseg. Opts for a drive instead. Kunchan breaks it up, but hits the arm in the process. Well, that's more than an arm. That's 2 arms that she hit. So Adian Setseg to the stripe. Bot girl. Converts on the free throw. 3-point game. Screening action from Thailand. Rungrian on the move. Kicks it to the corner. There's Bunsen Prom for 2. And a rebound squeezed by Adian Setseg, who has a mismatch. Post up. Light work. Light work for Adian Setseg. Kunchan already drained the 2. This one off the mark. The Mongolian ladies will reset. Oh, Nadine Kusel lost 2 people on a pass fake. The midi no good. Adian Setseg there. Offensive rebound after offensive rebound. Finally, the shot goes down. So we went from a 4-point game to a 1-point game. Momentum with the Mongolian ladies. Kunchan, no, but a foul in the process. That stops play and gives Ulaanbaatar a chance to get back on the court. Thailand's leading scorer has been stuck on the bench. Kunchan, no. Gets her own rebound. There's Ulaanbaatar. They swing it. Bunsen Prom. Looking for some space. Ulaanbaatar now to Kunchan for 2. No. Erdeen also can't convert as we approach the 2-minute mark. So it's a low-scoring game here. Ulaanbaatar drains the 2-ball. Kulan answers with the 1. Warrior Princess keeping her team close. Kunchan, action speeding up here. So 13-10, Adian Setseg. Well, that was a bit of a weird move. But it gives Kulan an opportunity to try from 2. That is no good. Kunchan spins into trouble with Bowler Ardeen's forced to foul. 2 free throws coming up as young Bowler Ardeen pulls on the emergency brakes. Kunchan with a pretty spin move here, free for a lay. And Bowler Ardeen decides to put her on the strike. 2-possession lead now for Thailand. Second free throw coming up as Ulaanbaatar is in the bonus. Kunchan knocks down both. Clutch free throws here with 1:30 to go. Can Ulaanbaatar extend themselves one more time? Kulan, no space for his shot. Tries to pass. It's broken up by a leg. Nanda. And the points trickle in, so 2 possessions remain between these 2 teams. Ulaanbaatar, no. Bunsen Prom, no space for a shot, so good defensive possession here by the Mongolians. They need a score though. Ariun Tsetseg back to the basket, that will go. We are under a minute. Every action counts. Ulaanbaatar gets free and gets fouled. And that is not a smart foul. It will stop the clock, but it will put Ratchakorn Ulaanbaatar, a high-level scorer and a good free throw shooter, on the free throw strike for 2 easy looks at a point. Ulaanbaatar at 8 points in the game. Not quite the 14-point explosion she needed to put the USA down, but look, they are battling with a 3 seed here.
35 seconds remaining.
35 seconds. 2 ball for Ulaanbaatar, remains off the mark. Rebounds had though. Bowler Ardeen down to the block. Kulan finishes. We're at a 3-point game, but 20 ticks remain. Time's not in Ulaanbaatar's favor here. Ulaanbaatar adds to it. Thailand putting it to the Mongolian ladies. Kulan forces up a 2. And is fouled in the process, so the clock stops. 2 free throws coming up for Ulaanbaatar, who can pull within 2 points of the game. But then what do? Less than a shot clock left with 9.9 on the game clock. So they are forced to either foul Thailand or go for the steal. That is if Kulan knocks down both her free throws too. First one is good, 17-14. Kulan, both knocked down. Thailand in possession. No fouls. They're letting them play out. Kunchan with the shot, and that is game. Thailand, they pick up a victory over the 3rd seed Ulaanbaatar Amazons. They keep the train going after coming out of the qualifying draw. Picking up 2 victories there. Now they take down the Mongolian ladies and the World Cup silver medal winners. Thailand's on one out here in Jakarta. Oh, they pick one up. 19-15. They get the first dub in women's Pool C action. And what a game. Ulaanbaatar was brilliant yet again. Y'all take a look at the highlights before we get reset and get our first look at Pool A. That on deck in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
for match number 10. Team Spain versus Team Orleans. First off, Team Spain. Sandra Guerra Lideriana.
There's your number 1 seed. Arena. Sandra Igravide out first for Spain, who come in here with a couple of women's series events played and a couple of wins under their belt. They won Marseille, closing one game, Jimeno winning MVP, and they won Orléans, going undefeated. Igravide MVP. This time they show up with Juana Camilion, Alba Prieto, Gracia Alonso de Arminio, and of course Sandra Igravide, your Olympic silver medalist. And they look to continue their dominance here in 2025. They're going to have to face off, though, with a team that could upset. This Orléans squad is pretty good, I'll tell you that. Maud Stervinu back on the French squad this year. She was, of course, on the SE1 team in 2023. Marie Manet, last year's Women's Series Finals MVP and member of the French national team, joined by Noémie Brochant and Fofana. And Orléans, an interesting squad. 2 events played this year. 5th in Marseille, 2nd in Orléans just a few weeks ago. That featured Camille Droguet. Now Stervinu is back. But this team's got the creativity and the shooting to make it difficult on any team, especially if Manet's feeling it. It's not been her year this year. Points per game dropped off slightly. Her shooting has gone down a little bit. But you know she can go off at any point. We saw it during the World Cup where she struggled for stretches on the French national team, but still managed in some games to make a difference, both offensively and defensively. And Noémie Brochant is a very welcome addition to this squad as well. She brings that steadiness. But Spain, they got the veteranship. They got the experience from the Olympics, of course, under their belt. And they've played like it this year with a sense of confidence that kind of makes sure that they almost are in every game. These 2 teams look, they are the cream of the crop. Met each other twice already. They met up in Pool B in Marseille. That was an Orléans win. Then they met up in the Orléans final, which Spain ended up winning. So they know each other very well. And here we go. Orléans will start with possession. Stervinu back to Fofana. Tough shot. Manet tracks down the rebound. Fofana stuck. Gets to Stervinu. Stervino is fouled. Vivian reaches in there. And one sends Stervinu to the line. It looked like she got a lot of ball on that, but maybe some arm as well. Stervinu, though, will take advantage and put Orléans on the board first. Sandra, no. Looking for Gracia. Sandra takes it out. Looking for some space. Alonso is pushed. Sandra Igravide hasn't had the best shooting year of her career, let's just say that. Only 19% of her 2s went down so far, but 33 key assists in 2 events. She is setting the table for everyone on the team. Prieto, pass can't get to Camilion. Those 33 assists, by the way, have led to a 9-1 record. In games, of course, which, yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, Camilion has to force up the shot. Not even close. They do leave their leading scorer at home as Vega Jimeno. 7.1 points per in 2025 is not with the team for this event. Sturvinu. Mane, 2-ball down right away for Marie Mane. That will instill some confidence. And then the deflection. That's out of bounds off of who? Possession back on over to Orléans. Fofana. French ladies are putting it on Spain here to start a 4-zip lead. Again, these teams are 1-1 out here in 2025. Uganda, no. Beauchamp with the rebound. Fofana forcing some of the action, but a step through and an easy layup. She lost Alonso there. Prieto. What a difficult shot. Ends up a miss. Alonso can't convert either, so Spain struggling to put points on the board. Meanwhile, Orléans at 5. Fofana, that, well, see, that pass is still going. I'm sure she meant well. So lack of connection there. And Spain now with a possession to try to put themselves on the board. Uganda asking for the screen. Kicks it to Alonso. Alonso, no. Rebound Spain. Uganda again. This time she shoots it from the corner. Spain is just not in sync right now. Shots are just off the mark like this one by Alonso. Those usually go down for this Spain team that plays pretty methodical. Wow, that was a difficult one. But they play pretty surgical and methodical. Of course, it helps if you have Vega Jimeno. And she's not with the squad, but still, plenty of talent on this Spain team. They get a fresh 12 to work with. They are slightly undersized against this Orléans squad that has all the length. Prieto. 2-ball down for Spain. Signed off Alba Prieto. Beauchamp with the answer. And it goes off the rim. Uganda operating. And a foul on that Fofana attempt. Chameleon coming down with the arms there. So Fofana to the strike. And she expands the lead, 6-2. Prieto mid-range. That shot was pure. Sturvinu, no. Rebound though, Beauchamp. Also a no. Spain up in the tempo of the game here a little bit. They're getting easy looks. 6-4, right back in it. Fofana, same step through move. That is a killer. And Prieto showing she can miss as well. Not all the shots are mine. TV timeout as Gracia Alonso Darmino will have a slight discussion with the referees. Pulled back by Uganda. But it's been Orléans so far with their one-on-one action. The shot from Marie Mane to start things off as well. And Spain, who struggled to start, we're down 0-5. Are now back in a 3-point pursuit of this Orléans squad. Again, these two teams met in the Orléans Women's Series final. That game won by Spain. A 17-15 victory. Tight game. Spain right now as it stands second in the Women's Series standings on the year, only behind the Netherlands. Orléans just outside of the top 10 at 14. Mane Wild shot attempt. Prieto with the board. They get it to Larena. Wide open for a look, and Uganda. Oh, that's spit out. In and out on the 2 ball. And Uganda, no luck on that attempt. Stuck on the baseline. Difficult shot, and it somehow goes down. That belongs in a circus. Uganda. Foul on the play. Second foul on Orléans. High post look here for Spain. Uganda off the screen. 1-on-1 action against Fofana. Uganda leads the team in drives. You can see why. Broshanto with a 2 as an answer. Prieto. Law pass is snuffed out, but Spain get it right back. Uganda now again against Fofana. Crosses her up, and another layup for Larena. Now she has to deal with Fofana in the post, and I propose that's a smart foul. And Sandra Uganda is slightly undersized compared to Fofana, just a bit. Orléans retain a 3-point lead going into the halfway mark of this game. Now they go with a high post look. Stervinu wide open, but a wide miss. And then a foul to boot. Compounding mistakes, Mild Stervinu. Who had a wide open look at a layup, but just overshot it. And then comes back in physical. Trying to contest that clear. Mane has her back though. So no, but it's tipped in by someone. Uh-oh. Bodies flying everywhere. Prieto and Mane get mixed up. All good though. Diving for the ball. That could have been a bad collision, but it's all good for now. Anyway. Action resumes. We're past the halfway mark here. France set up on the other side of the court. Brochant steps into a 2. Fofana is stuck. No space for a shot. Opts into a difficult look. That almost goes down as well. Uganda with the fake. And some slippage after that, but missed the layup. Oh. Bit of a sloppy phase in the game here with teams missing layups and 2 balls that are halfway down. Fofana also miss. Alonso de Arminio with a big bucket here. Fouled in the process as well, so the make counts. She will go to the free throw stripe after this TV timeout. Backdoor cut here by Gracia. And easy conversion.
Let's go, ladies.
Minutes to go in this first game in Pool A action from Jakarta. Games are going to continue to happen here until right around 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. local time, that is. Alonso, no. Gets her own rebound somehow, no box out, and then is fouled on the same possession. Always right there with all the intangibles is Gracia Alonso, and gets her team an extra possession after that free throw miss. And Orléans' 5th foul. Ige Davide steps back, the 2-ball still not dropping. Alonso, pass too long. Back to Ige Davide. 6 on the shot clock. Hezi tries to scoop it, but Bonet snuffs it out. Entry denied by Marie Manet. Camilleon has to force up that shot because of the shot clock. And that will be a 12-second violation. So possession back on over to Orléans. Sturvinu. Down screen action, Sturvinu room to operate. Get it to Manet. Manet with the speed, lefty scoop, and it's good. 2-point lead for the French. Ige Davide with all the moves, but then loses the ball. So Ige Davide so far successful on drives and passes, 2-ball, absolutely not dropping yet. And that is needed in the absence of Jimeno, who's usually the best shooter on the squad. And Sturvinu gets stuck. Good defense on Spain. Orléans does hold on to that 2-point lead. Handoff action. Ige Davide. Another handoff for Prieto this time. Prieto looking to move for Fana. Midi pull up off the mark. Rebound Camilleon. And then, well, then it's out of bounds. Camilleon and Ige Davide not on the same page there. Turning it over. And an easy layup there for Brochant. Put the game at a 3-point lead for Orléans. Pick and roll action. Gracia wide open. Fana for 2. Not sure that's her strength, but I don't mind the attempt at all. Camilleon? No. That's a 3-second violation on Alonso de Arminio. Approaching a 2-minute mark in this low-scoring affair between Spain and Orléans. Two battle-tested teams that have seen plenty of each other this year. So you knew it was going to be a grind. Brochant. Midi pull. Oh, and a turnover right away. Mane, quickness.
Under 2 minutes remaining, Orleans 13, Spain 10.
They couldn't control the Wilson there. Back to Spain we go. High post look here. Prieto, quiet after that first 2-ball make. Tries another one. And it is no good. So Orléans get a stop and an opportunity here to expand that lead. Biggest lead of the game so far. Stervinu forces it into Fofana. There's 2 players for Spain there. Broken up, so Camilion back to Larena, who gets a easy look at a layup. Great fake. Defender's gone, and then Orléans turn it over. So both teams not secure with the Wilson in this game. The last scores here. Just messy play, turnovers, no sharpness in spurts for both these very experienced squads. That turn around off the mark. So possession Spain, who needs some scores here. A minute and 15 seconds is a long time in 3x3. So the Arminio hit on the arm. That is foul number 6 on Orléans, and she will go back to the free throw stripe. Stervinu didn't want any part of that mismatch. Extends the left arm there a little bit. So we'll see Gracia attempt another free throw. She has been the main offensive weapon with Igravide.
Orleans 13, Spain 12.
Fofana on the move, turns over her right shoulder. She's not been accurate in the last few possessions. Igravide with a difficult look. That is a foul, and that's number 7. So Sandra to the stripe for 2 after that nifty move. Look at the hesitation. Oh! And she's gone. Fofana didn't know it hit her. But a chance here to put Spain in the lead with less than a minute to go, and Igravide, the first one, spit out. Second one's good, so we're tied at 13. Mane. Foul. Take foul by Prieto. 6th on Spain, who are now one away from the bonus. 41.4 seconds left. Orléans possession, a fresh 12 shot clock. It's Stervinu, Fofana, Mane. Stervinu tries to force the pass down to Fofana on the foot of Gracia. So 35.5 seconds, a fresh 12-second shot clock for Orléans. Fofana will go out, Brochant will come in. Mane wide open after that action, but can't convert. Now it's Spain's chance to get ahead. They get it to Igravide. Sandra, oh, what a pretty pass to Alonso, who misses the layup. 12 seconds to go. Stervinu with a 2-ball, that's down. Orléans up 2. Spain needed 2 balls as well. Igravide with a look. Igravide off the mark, and that means Orléans will pick up a win here over Spain. Your number 1 seed goes down in their first game. Big shot by Maud Stervinu at a 13-13 tie. She breaks it and gets her team the dub. Spain, not enough shooting on the squad. And look back at your highlights and what could be considered a shock to start Spain's campaign here. Non-stop action from Jakarta continues with Christchurch in their second appearance. And our first look at Singapore. Christchurch, a bad loss to Japan to start their campaign. First ever action for them on the women's series. They lost 18-8. Anderson with 3 points and 5 rebounds in that game. She's joined by Lene, Highland, and Jones. Highland was the leading bucket getter coming out here. 4 points, a 2-point shot for her went down. Christchurch looked a little bit outmatched against the speed for Japan, so let's see if they've retooled in the break, because this is a win or go home type situation for these New Zealand ladies. Now Singapore comes out next. And this Singapore squad has already played in 4 events on the year. 7th in Chengdu, 8th in Vienna, 10th in Ulaanbaatar, and 12th in Bucharest. They got some fresh faces on the team, though. No Lydia, no Xingyu. They got Denise and Matilde in. Both the Nations League under-23 teams. They're joined, of course, by Jermaine, the leading scorer on the squad, and Choi Ting Tang. This Singapore team is pretty dangerous depending on how Jermaine's shot's falling. She is a bucket getter, as I mentioned. 6.7 points per game, leads the team in drives and key assists as well. This team's built around shooting a bunch of twos. See how the new additions for Singapore affect their play again, as they got to the quarterfinals on their first 2 stops on the year, but then were left out in the pool in Ulaanbaatar and Bucharest as well. Church on the move. That is a miss. That's a 2-ball down. Singapore in the lead early. Christchurch answer. Laney, no. Rebound Highland. They swing it around. Jones back to Highland, down to the block. Anderson working the post, fouled in the process.
Ball red.
Anderson on the strike. An option to get Christchurch their first points, and there she is. 2-1.
Ball red.
So foul on Singapore. Lene with the, actually Jones with the take there. Snuffed out by Singapore. Highland with the high archer. Is off the mark. Jermaine squeezes the board. On to drive. Matilda. So Matilda making an impact, stepping onto the squad. And Singapore at a 4-1 lead. Anderson leans. Layup's good. Christchurch should lean on that physicality more. Have been able to do just that. Joy Ting off the mark. There's Anderson again. Keep going down into the post. That is a wild miss. Anderson gets her own rebound, fades. Christchurch again struggle to put some points on the board. On the other end, Singapore. They get an offensive rebound. They're fouled. So Matilda making things happen. Singapore ball, 5-2 lead here after 2.5 minutes of action. Jermaine with the quickies, mid-range pull-up for Jermaine, a high archer. The answer for Christchurch off the mark. Anderson though's got the rock and is fouled. So Singapore has been able to outplay Christchurch here based on playing to their strengths. Jermaine knocking down some shots, of course. Matilda's making an impact as well. And Christchurch, they've only been able to go through Anderson here. And it hasn't resulted in a lot of scores. There's Jermaine again with the quickies. The lefty scoop is good, and Singapore a big lead. Answer for Christchurch. Layup underneath for Highland. They stick within 4 points. Jermaine at it again. And another bucket for Singapore, who keep pouring it on. Jones. Back to Jermaine. Jermaine with the separation and the hydration. 10-4 Singapore. What a shot by Jermaine, who left her in the dust and then sprinkled the 2-ball in there. First TV timeout, and Christchurch looked like they're in trouble. Look at Jermaine so far, that high arcing release over the outstretched arms of Jones. Such a weapon, and then Matilda got involved. Even the mid-range for Jermaine was pure. And Singapore out to a 6-point lead here early. Can the New Zealand ladies turn it around? Jones. Anderson. Fade. Anderson's not been able to use her physicality. So a lot of effect here, unfortunately, for New Zealand and for Christchurch. Should be the more physical player down on the block. But she's getting ran off her spot by Denise. Jermaine, another 2-ball, and it drains again. A lethal weapon on the court for Singapore is Jermaine Lim Ying. I apologize. There she is again. Jermaine now drives. Jermaine kicks it to the corner. Denise can pour it on two. That one's a miss, though. This game's getting out of hand quickly. Out of bounds. Lene.
Singapore 12, Christchurch 4.
Denise operating. And a travel violation as Choi Ting went in there a little bit too fast, couple of steps. All good though. I'd be dancing too if I was Singapore. Up by 8 points. Approaching the halfway mark in the game here. Technical foul assessed to Jermaine. Free throw coming up for Christchurch. Can't contest the check like that. So Highland steps up. Could get Christchurch their 5th point. And that is off the mark. So another one where the easy ones for Christchurch aren't falling. They are struggling in that women's series debut right now. Can they turn it around in the last 5 minutes here? This will help. That will help. Good action. Now they have to try to stop Jermaine. That works as well. Highland, though, and Wilson out of bounds off of her fingertips. Jermaine with a desperation attempt there at the end of the shot clock. That is off the mark. Anderson on the move off the screen. Scoops it with the left hand. Signs of life here from Christchurch, who are getting a couple of buckets in a row here. And a block as well. Defensive stops. Anderson now with the 2-ball that, well, that's almost down. Ball sticks with the Kiwis. Jones. Jones with the spin cycle. That scoop is off the mark. Jermaine, right to left cross. Also can't convert.
Red ball.
So red ball. 4 minutes, 22 seconds to go. It's been Christchurch that has grabbed some of the momentum here as of late. Now an offensive foul in Singapore as well. On that attempt. Back on over to Singapore. Jermaine operating left to right, steps out of bounds. Jermaine can get a little bit out of control every now and then. And Christchurch, they get the possession back. They get the stop they needed. It's a 6-point game. 4 minutes to go. Not out of reach yet. They already need some points though. And it doesn't help. Turning the ball over. Jermaine. Choi Ting with the make and the bump. So Choi Ting Tang will step to the free throw line after that push on Highland. And only, even though that's only Christchurch's second foul, it will Singapore the opportunity to blow this game open to an 8-point lead.
Singapore gets the free throw.
Joy Ting. Back irons the free throw. Rebound to Christchurch. Try to get it back down to Anderson. He's got the physicality. That's a big bump. But Anderson can't convert. Gets her own rebound. That Wilson's out of bounds. She saves it somehow. It's a shot clock violation. So another wasted possession for Christchurch here. Can't convert on some of the easier opportunities that they've got. Unfortunately for them, that means they're in a big hole. But Singapore turned it over. So quite possibly some room here for Christchurch to get back. Post up. Jones, oh, with the footwork. Left, right, over, under. Jermaine, no space for a shot. She kicks it. Matilda high arc into. Can't trace down to Wilson. So Singapore has slowed down a little bit as in the last couple of possessions here. Another post-up opportunity. Christchurch, yes. This is what you want to see if you're watching from New Zealand. And if you are, by the way, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. That'd be nice. Also, hit us up on socials at FIBA 3x3W. Take a look at all the Women's Series action out here in Jakarta. Now, if you want to help me out, there's some pronunciations I'm messing up, of course. Hit me up as well. At 3x3 to Mount. Oh, Jermaine by herself. Foul on the plate. No make. Third foul in Christchurch. Blows by Highland there. So Jermaine's at 8 points in the game already. And can't add to it. Jones is open underneath the basket. Jones again with the strong take. Too strong for that Bill Wilson though. 2 offensive rebounds later, she's finally got a point. So Christchurch back within 3. Climbing back into this game after a 7-point deficit. 2:30 to go. But now they commit a foul. That is the 7th. Actually, never mind, they're 4th. They are asking for a timeout. So they put Singapore back on top with a fresh check. And 12 seconds on the shot clock. This is what's gotten Singapore ahead, though. Jermaine. Jermaine has been incredible in this one. 8 points. But Christchurch has fought and scrapped and clawed in the last few minutes here, mainly with physical plays like that, scoring underneath the basket. And they've managed to come back here a little bit. Look at this, 6-13 to 10-13. A 4-0 run here for Christchurch. And they get the stop as well. Highland on the move, lobs it up to Anderson. Anderson can't hold her position. Anderson spins into Jermaine and wins as well. It's a 1-possession game, ladies and gentlemen. And another deflection from Christchurch, who are pouring it on all of a sudden. Finding ways to be effective. Making sure they play high IQ 3x3. And if not, just play physical. 2 on the shot clock for Jermaine. And that does not lead to a score. So Christchurch with an opportunity here to possibly tie the game and get even closer. We're under 2 minutes. There's a lot of time left in this one. for Jones down there. She wasn't open. Now Anderson posts up. Hangs onto the Wilson, flips it backwards for the 12th point. Kiwis stand up because Christchurch is all the way back in this game. And a tied game now at 13. Singapore looked like they were in a comfortable lead, took their foot off the gas, and Christchurch have fought all the way back. In a heck of a game. Singapore's offense right now drier than dad jokes. Can't get anything going. And Jones, well, had an opportunity to get the first lead into Christchurch hand. Can't take it though. Jermaine, it's been quiet. Oh, what a take. What a take. Denise. A 1 point lead for the team in red as a result, as Denise used a hesitation to get into the action underneath the basket and was able to finish. Possession to Singapore as well. Matilda. They get it to Jermaine from the logo. Going sideways from the corner. That is great defense on Christchurch. Two-hand rejection. Jermaine had to force that one up. Ball over to Christchurch. They can tie with a score. Highland. Jones is open. Jones, a righty hook, no. Another offensive board and is fouled in the process. So rebounding and physical play for Christchurch is what's gotten them back in things. And Maya Jones, the 20-year-old, swoops in and gets 2 free throws as Singapore is in the bonus. That first one's a miss though. Second one would tie. And she misses both. Possession remains with Christchurch. A fresh 12. They force it back down on the block into Jones. Jones, a whistle on the floor. Looks like she fouled. That's 5 on Christchurch. Couldn't squeeze the Wilson and wrestled for possession, maybe a little bit too aggressively. Singapore now in control, up 1. Jermaine. Jermaine tries the step through move, and the scoop is good. Christchurch needed 2. 2-ball was up. So Christchurch needed to either get fouled or they needed 2. Down 15-13. Battling to stay alive in this tournament. That is just off the mark. "12 seconds on the shot clock, 12.3 on the game clock for the ladies from New Zealand to make anything happen. Highland. A offensive foul called on Jones. That will get Singapore possession here. And Jones asking the referees, what did I do? So 6th on Christchurch. Now they need a turnover or they need to stop the clock with a foul. If not, Singapore's just going to run out the clock. They can't force a turnover. 6 seconds to go. Jermaine's stuck. Singapore is going to dribble out the clock, and that means a W for the team in red. Christchurch barely loses. Was almost there. but not enough down the stretch with a couple of missed free throws and a 2-point shot that rattled out. And Singapore, on the back of Jermaine's 8 points, get a 2-point victory over Christchurch and punch their ticket into the quarterfinals tomorrow, as Christchurch is out of contention after this. Y'all enjoy some of these highlights here as the action here continues in just a few minutes. We'll get a look at Australia and the Philippines. That's on deck next from Jakarta. Don't go anywhere.
All right, let's go to the next match. Team Australia versus Team Philippines. Team Australia first up, Indonesia, Baby. Next up, Elizabeth Sowa.
Kangaroos out on deck first. They put the beating on Jakarta in a 21-5 victory. Whittle with 5 points in that game, but it was Maley and Hank that co-led him with 6 points each. And Hannah Hank just put on a display of physicality against Jakarta. Of course, they're joined by Mila Soa, who drained a couple twos on her way to 4 points and 3 key assists. So the Kangaroos are looking mighty sharp with a right start to their campaign. Now they're facing up with the Philippines. And they have played a ton here in 2025. 6th event on the year for them here, with 9th place finish in Chengdu, the 7th in Marseille, 10th in Baku, 9th in Ulaanbaatar, and 8th in Bucharest. They are 11th in the standings now. And this is your Philippine squad. Ferrer, Pingo, Casio, and Pana. And their leading scorer on the season is Ferrer, almost 5 points per. Pana is their shooter. And of course, you all know about Kai Pingo, the magician who leads the team in key assists. This matchup is a little bit slanted, favor-wise. The Aussies are 2-0 all time against the Philippines. Last time they met up was at the Asia Cup in Pool D. That was a Kangaroos win. But never say never in 3x3. They do also feature some more medals. Go down the list of the accomplishments that Annalie Maley has had in her 3x3 career. Probably keep going. 2015 3x3 Oceania Championships. Asia Cup wins in 23, 24, and 25. Silver medal in 22, and a bronze medal in the World Cup in 23, and a Champions Cup in 25. I'm out of breath, but Maley's probably got a separate house for her accolades in 3x3. So the Kangaroos looking to go 2-0. Filipinas looking to start off right. And maybe a bit of an uphill battle. So let's see what they can bring to the table. You know, they're going to play with heart.
Let's go.
All right, away, lost her like a wrong turn. The Philippines up 1-0. Soa ties things up at 1. High pace to start this one. Right away. Ferrer. Pingle mishandles that. time to get my breath right after the intro to the game. Both teams start on fire. Pingle. No one home. Miscommunication on the Kangaroos end of things. So the Philippines are looking mighty sharp, and then the Kangaroos throw a turnover as well. Wait, what is this? What a start to the game. Pingle. Takasho. Cross-court pass. There's Pana. 24% from 2 on the season. Oh, and then a foul. That trucking over Wilson to get that. Whittle to get that Wilson. Slight shoulder bump there. Whittle goes flying. First foul in the Filipinas. Hank. Try to get Hank a look under that basket. I told you that physicality is something. Gets her own offensive rebound. Working on those rebounds. Action continues. We've been at it for a minute. High-paced game here in Jakarta. Go into the later part of the day. Difficult shot by Kasho, no good. So it squeezes it. Ball left or right cross steps back, long one, off the mark, rebound Melee. Stuck on the floor, that is a jump ball situation. Awarded to the defense, of course. It's the Philippines. Ferena. Pingle. Operating behind the screen. Pingle with the quickies, but Melee with the long arms. The judiciary on that shot. No. Stay out. Difficult defend by Pingle. No good. So on the move, but an offensive foul called on the screen. It looks like. That is actually a foul in the Philippines. So fresh 12 and a fresh possession for the Aussie ladies. Another foul on the Filipinas. With Soa muscles one up. Trips up Pingle. The Filipinas are at Kasho. Kasho gets by everyone. Kasho's got a case of the zoomies. Hank, though, with a quick answer. That's been a staple for this Aussie team. I've seen them screen more than usual, and then Hank is just very methodical in picking her spots on when to seal, when to be physical. It's worked. Melee, Midi. But there's Hank again with that rebounding force. Post action now for the Filipinas. Score 4-4. Pana lines one up. And it's just off the mark. Now it's Soa. Splash ball.
Under 7 minutes remaining.
Kasho. Crosses left to right. The Euro step snuffed out. Pingle now. Pingle. A travel violation. Looked good to start. But Kai Pingle here with the travel. So that score is wiped off the board. TV timeout here with Australia at a 1-point advantage. And again, I like what I've seen from Australia here. Maybe a little bit more methodical and a little less one-on-one than we usually see them play. And I'm all for it. Kangaroo ladies, way to go. Hank again, look at that. Oh, she's blocked though. Pana with the good hands. Pingle is fouled on the take. Oh, some droppage. Kasho putting people down on the floor. Let me show you where your seat is. It's right there. Pingle can't squeeze the pass. Post up for Whittle this time. Filipinas, though, are making life hard on the Kangaroos. Australia, who blew out Jakarta earlier in an easy win, are struggling to create consistent looks to the Filipinas defense. Credits to them. Oh, you know what? There's that announcer's jinx. That was a pretty consistent look. It just took them 2 tries to make it. Kangaroos in the lead, though. Like I mentioned, all time, the Kangaroos are at a 2-zip advantage over the Filipinas. Never say never. Pana, though, well, very difficult look. Soa behind the screen, lobs it into Hank. And Hank just continues to truck like one of those Aussie road trains. Filipinas, quick transition, easy layup down there. Oh, but now it's 3-on-2. Difficult look for Whittle. But she's too Whittle. Uh-oh. Now Whittle's left behind. But Ferret seems to come up limp a little bit on that play. Couldn't convert. Whittle, again, this time is, I'd say, women handled. Pana comes in and just smacks her across the arms. That is a clear, clear foul. And the Aussies continue to dominate the boards, but this time not to a score. Kasho looking for the backdoor cut. It's not there. Now Pingle lines up at 2. Rebound in the hands of Meili. Whittle. Connecting with Meili underneath the basket. And a 3-point lead for the Aussies to boot. That is a wasted possession by the Filipinos as Kaisho just tries to dribble straight through Meili. Meili on the other hand, or actually Soa, apologies. Soa on the other hand misses a layup. Meili then loses to Wilson. Ball's cleared. Ferrer. Ferrer with the stop and go move only to land it at the front of the rim. Bingle. Mid-range shot from Pingle. One possession game. Meili, easy, well, said easy move, but Australia's missed a couple of bunnies, a couple of easy ones that they could have gotten earlier in the game. Well, there's all kinds of bodies on the floor. It is blue possession. Wilson was lost. Everybody was diving. Meili threw it out of bounds. And that's gotten us to a timeout. The Aussies in the lead because their rebounding prowess haven't been able to unlock Hank like they did in the first game. Also, the 2-ball has not gone down. They're making space very small for themselves. But look, they are still up. No criticism. Filipinos know they're sticking around this game. And 3:41 left. Nothing's out of their reach yet. Backdoor cut. No. But a foul. As Federer was held up. That's off the mark. Kangaroos back at it. Will doesn't look for a shot. Feeds it down into Hank. Hank takes her time. Another try after that offensive rebound. They are getting a ton of rebounds. The Kangaroos are controlling the boards like they're playing Monopoly. Pana. There's Hank yet again. That seal is lethal. Pingle. Can she change things here? Beautiful pass from Pingle. Threading the needle there. But again, at a rebound for the Kangaroos. Pingle now trying to change the direction of this game from distance. That's not helping. 5-point lead for the Aussies at this point. But it's been their quick transition, their looks into Hank, their offensive rebounds, their extra possessions that have counted the most so far. Meili. No. Another rebound. Whittle. No. Meili this time. They get it out to Whittle for a 2-ball. That is short. Pana. 1-foot fader smacked on the arm by Meili. So 2 minutes and a bit left on the clock. Pana looking to get her team just a little bit closer. 2 possessions. Soa, though, weaving through traffic. Another offensive rebound for the Kangaroos, and then another one. Becoming the staple of this game, outside of the fact that the Aussie girls are trying to play a little bit more methodical, a little bit more screening and some more deliberate action, is they have just absolutely dominated the boards. have gotten every single offensive rebound that you can think of. And that means Anneli Maley now is at 4 points. Pingle with the quickness, but too quick for her own good. Can't squeeze the release. Whittle. There's Hank wide open. Hank misses. There goes those offensive rebounds again. Lots of me-bounds in this game. Pingle. Contested by Hank. That is a foul and a bucket for Kai Pingle. Hesitation first, then manages to finish over top of Hank's outstretched arms. A point for Pingle and a free throw coming up next. A 2-possession game only with 1:22 on the clock, so nothing's out of reach here. Couple of misses again. Whittle eventually gets it to go down, 16-11. Philippines need something here. A 2-ball would be nice from Pana. She opts for a drive instead, gets blocked by Whittle. Now it's Soa going in there. Whittle left wide open. And foul called before the shot, so that will not count. Foul on the Filipinas.
Teman-teman, nanti malam kita akan ada opening ceremony untuk Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora untuk kategori FIBA 3x3 Women's Series. Jadi pastikan kalian jangan kemana-mana sampai dengan akhir pertandingan nanti.
So we're under a minute, and the Kangaroos hold a 5-point lead. Now there's 2 free throws coming up for Hannah Hank. It's been a very welcome addition. Working on a double-figure rebounding game here for sure. And knocks down the free throw to boot. The Aussies are pre-sorting themselves for a 2-0 start and a trip to the quarterfinals as the first team in Pool B. Pana. Nope. Pingle, eye archer, off the mark. Hand off action for Soa. 2 on the shot clock. Soa has to put up the shot. That is no awareness of the shot clock situation. So Filipinas with another chance here, but under 30 seconds with this much of a deficit, it's starting to look bleak. Ferrer. And the 2-ball has eluded the Philippines team almost the entire game. Maley on the other end splashes one. Kangaroos at 20. Last 5 seconds in the game here. Cascio puts up a prayer. It trickles out, but the Kangaroos pick up their second victory in the main draw here in Pool B. Take down the Filipinas 20-11. Looking pretty dominant in the process. They controlled the rebound. They didn't convert on a high amount of their shots, but if you have that much more possession of the Wilson, if that many more offensive possessions of the Wilson with the amount of rebounds they've gotten, this is the result. 20-11 Australia. And they will be moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Who they'll face, we'll figure that out next. We got a short entertainment break after this, these highlights. Next game is the Ulaanbaatar Amazons and Bonn Baskets. That game slated to start in 12 minutes. I expect you to be there.
Dari Maluku Utara, panggilannya Gazali katanya ya? Iya, oke Gazali. Suaranya kok pelan sekali. Kamu kenapa lemas hari ini? Udah jajan apa belum? Belum kejajaran sekeliling nih kayaknya ya. Belum ya, dari Maluku Utara. Dari Malut, oke. Katanya sih dengar-dengar kemarin membela Malut juga untuk 3x3 di Bonn ya?
Iya.
Wah, cocok sebagai anak 3x3 melihat event sebesar ini diadakan di Indonesia, khususnya di Jakarta. Menurut kamu gimana?
Menurut saya sih pastinya senang juga yang bisa lihat tim-tim dari luar kan, ini juga. Dan yang paling ditunggu sih paling hari Sabtu Minggu ya, main series ya. Itu penasaran sekali ya.
Oke, penasaran banget, pengen nonton, pengen lihat. Kamu punya jagoan gak kira-kira di mana?
Kalau jagoan sih pastinya yang dari Spanyol.
Oke, dari Spanyol. Kalau melihat peluang tim Indonesia gimana?
Kalau peluangnya sih harusnya bisa, harus sih. Tapi ya nanti kita lihat aja.
Kita lihat aja ya. Oke, berarti satu pertanyaan lagi nih buat kamu. Kalau misalnya harapannya setelah event ini untuk dunia 3x3, khususnya mungkin kamu dan teman-teman kamu di Maluku Utara gimana?
Paling sih ini bisa sangat membantu juga pengalaman dari anak-anak baru juga, khususnya yang istri. Ini memang pembelajaran yang sangat baik di Maluku.
Pembelajaran yang sangat baik juga. Pengen dong event-event sebesar ini nanti ada di Maluku Utara.
Pastinya pengen
banget.
pintar di luar negeri kan,
Iya.
siapa yang mau lihat.
Bener, jadi mudah-mudahan nanti next ke depannya ada event sebesar ini juga bisa ada di Maluku Utara. Terima kasih Gazali. Udah follow belum? Udah follow ya, karena sudah follow @3x3 JKT. Saya kasih hadiah persembahan dari salah satu sponsor kita di Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta. Makasih Gazali, sukses terus ya. Dan untuk teman-teman, sekali lagi nih saya akan kembali lagi ingatkan bahwa nanti kita masih akan ada opening ceremony untuk 3x3 Inaspro Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung oleh Kemenpora dan juga DPP Perbasi. Dan ini merupakan hari yang pertama di ajang FIBA 3x3 Women's Series Jakarta Stop, di mana tahun ini Jakarta atau Indonesia menjadi tuan rumah untuk dua ajang sekaligus. Hari ini merupakan hari yang pertama, dan nanti di hari Sabtu Minggu kita masih punya FIBA 3x3 Challenger Jakarta. Selain bisa disaksikan secara langsung dari parkir Timur Senayan Jakarta, teman-teman juga bisa menyaksikan di YouTube channelnya Kemenpora. Kalau misalnya hari ini udah datang, terus begitu besok, wah kayaknya nggak bisa nonton, sayang banget, ya udah nggak apa-apa. Pantengin aja YouTube-nya dari Kemenpora. Dan terima kasih banyak untuk semua sponsor yang sudah mendukung. Terima kasih untuk Wilson Dior, Ulaanbaatar Amazon dan juga David. Terima kasih untuk Simpati Wonder by BNI, MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Formen, Emilia Madiana Aqua Durava, Bali Fiber, Red Bull, Kaf Recek Hospital Bebas Cedera, Free Fire Komitmengan, Sambal Bakar Indonesia, Hanasui, Simba dan jajaran keliling.
we only do short breaks here. We are getting right back into Pool C action. The Ulaanbaatar Amazons with their backs to the wall. Batgirl, Ulaanbaatar, Badardine, and company lost to Thailand 19-15. Only 1 of 13 from two-point range. Could not buy a bucket from the land of plenty. Nandemonium and Kulan, the Warrior Princess, out next, and Buller Erdine Botsoy out last. But this team needs a W, and they need it now. If not, they're going home. These are your Ulaanbaatar Amazons. 3 of these ladies won a silver medal at the World Cup just a short while ago, less than a month. They'll face off with Marvelous Mavius, the Olympic gold medal winner, Elisa Mavius, on this Bonn Baskets team, joined by Lisanne Rohr, Johanna Huppertz, and Amelie Kreuner. Huppertz, just 18 years of age. Rohr as well, a very young Bonn Baskets team. Those two played in the under-18 World Cup just last year, came in 4th. Kreuner, 22. She's been in the Nations League for quite a few years. Did play the Champions Cup with Germany and the Europe Cup last year. Only your 2nd Women's Series event, though. And of course, maybe is stepping onto the squad. After that, maybe slightly disappointing run at the World Cup. Placing 11th after losing in the play into Poland. But an opportunity here to get some get back, because she and her Germany lost to Mongolia at that World Cup as well. Which featured again 3 of the ladies present here for the Ulaanbaatar Amazons. Maybe starts things off. Maybe he's on the drive, kicks it. Kreuner. Carry of the basketball. So a turnover on Bonn Baskets to start. The Amazons get Kulan and Ulaanbaatar involved. That results in a foul. Post action now for Ulaanbaatar. Force a pass into Ulaanbaatar. It's picked off. Rohr, difficult shot, no good. Huppertz gets it back. Kreuner. Face up shot from Kreuner. That looks really good. And a 1-zip lead. Bonn Baskets on the scoreboard first. Oh. A close range miss there by Ulaanbaatar. And Rohr and Kreuner, they got the size under the basket. So far, been getting offensive rebounds, just no conversion on points. Kulan. Can the Amazons unlock the 2-ball? Yes, they can. After that 1 for 13 performance to start pool play, they get one to go down here. Huppertz, left hand. Nick Kusel off the mark as well. Mavius. Baskets pass out of what looked like a layup there to make sure they get a look from 2. I'm not sure if that's the best option. Points are points. I'd try to get a layup early in the game anyways. That shot by Kulan is undershot. Possession back over to Bonn Baskets. A couple of these ladies played in the Deutsche Telekom 3x3 showcase out in Bonn just a few weeks ago. Wonderful event. 2,500 people turned up. Bullardine. Oh, that is just off the mark. Open layup missed though. Score remains tied at 2. Raar changes that. 3-2 Bonn Baskets. Post up work for Raar. Ayun Setseg tries to answer from the post, is blocked by Mavis.
Black ball. Black ball. Let's go.
So Bonn Baskets with possession here. You wonder how they'll fare in the non-Mavius minutes. Hooperts should be the secondary ball handler. Comes up with a hook shot. Bullardine answers for Ulaanbaatar, but it's left on the back of the rim. Raar controls the glass. Bonn up by 2. Raar in position again. Out to Kreuner. And that 2 ball's drained as well. Kulan stepping through, laying up. So TV timeout with a 6-3 score. Bonn Baskets in the lead and looking pretty comfortable. Mainly with Kreuner and Raar underneath the basket, cleaning up all the mess. Look at this, Kreuner with the soft touch from the mid-range, splashed the 2 ball as well. And the Amazons got a 2 ball from Kulan, a much needed 2 ball. But it missed some open looks. And I mentioned that 2 ball by Kreuner. That's the difference in the game so far.
Under 7 minutes remaining.
Mabius behind the screen, pulls up for 2. Batgirl. Yeah, that's the Batman theme song. All right, never mind. Excuse me. Mavius with a beautiful pass, dropped herself, but then drops a dime. Nandemonium for 2. Feed it down low. This Bonn Baskets team features a lot of height. We got Hooperts, Kreuner, and Raar that can all feature as a hub underneath the basket, but in this case, it's the Warrior Princess with the quick hand snuffing that out. Mabius, a high arc in 2, finds the bottom of the net. Kulan tries to answer. That's good as well. Twos are flying left and right. And now a foul on the Mongolian ladies. A 9-7 game here as we approach the halfway mark. Kreuner. No space. He goes to the turnaround again. Raar there. Blocked by Ayun Setseg. Raar, no good. Gets it back. Another attempt. Ends at the back of the rim. You think 3 times is the charm, but it's definitely not in this case. Bullardine saves it to the wrong team. Mavius, quick swing. Kreuner, another 2 ball down. Amélie Kreuner with the range extended. Pick and pop action for Ayun Setseg. And these 2 teams are trying to light the nets on fire. Help side on a lob pass into Raar. just past the halfway mark. And Bonn Baskets have a 2-point lead. This game has seen more deuces than Japanese selfies. And I bet you these teams are going to continue to let them fly. Down to Rar. Difficult layup for Ulaanbaatar. Contorts in midair and gets that to go down. What a shot by Rar. You get to see that again. Bonn Baskets with all the energy right now. Action, Kulan, a look from 2. That is undershot. And it's Marvelous Mavius with the clear. In and out. So tough to stay with her. Rar taking her time. She's playing patient for an 18-year-old. Still a spring chicken in 3x3. Setseg, no. Rar picks it up. Over to Mavius. Mavius. Too shifty for her own good. Back to Kulan, left wide open, and his team, they want to force up a bunch of 2s. Although Setseg don't mind cleaning up the mess on her basket, of course. Mavius tries one on her own. No. And that is out of bounds. Going to get us to a TV timeout.
Setelah pertandingan ini kita akan langsung masuk ke opening ceremony juga. Jadi nanti masih ada pertandingan-pertandingan yang bisa disaksikan, tapi ada juga opening ceremony untuk Timnas Pro 3x3 Jakarta by Timnas Pro.
Some of the action so far. Look at the magical touch from Rar. They have come straight out of the closet to Narnia. Nandemonium on the drive. Nandemonium with the bucket. And now Ulaanbaatar forces a turnover. Kulan trying to cross up. Oh, right to left, left to right, but Kulan left a layup short. Mavius. Setseg with the screen denial and the layup. And the game is tied at 13. Mavius left all alone. Yeah, that mid-range is looking very easy. Setseg trying to move Mavius. Very difficult option there. Mavius controls the glass. Setseg's on the floor. Catches the back of Kreuner there. Runs straight into the screen. Those can hurt. Let's hope she's okay. Recheck here for Ulaanbaatar. Randa picks up her dribble. Kulan looking for space. Kulan against Kreuner. Kulan under the basket with a strong take. And we're tied yet again. 2:20 left in the game. Mavius wants a screen. Maybe he's trying to shift the defense. No space, so has to force up a prayer, but a beautiful shot from Mavius. Now it's Kulan. And tying up the game is the Warrior Princess. Continues to pour it on for the Ulaanbaatar Amazons. And they need every single bucket from her to stick with this Bonn Baskets team and to stay alive in the tournament. A timeout called. And just to remind you guys, on an Ulaanbaatar Amazons loss, they are out of contention. They are not in the tournament anymore. They need a W. If not, they're done. And Kulan is putting her all out there to try to get that done.
Under 2 minutes remaining, ladies.
So we are under 2 minutes. Any tactical adjustments will have to be made now. Kreuner. Blocked by Kulan. Kreuner gets her own rebound back, hangs and hits. Way to stick with it, Amelie Kreuner. No space for a shot for Nadine Kusel, but she uses the speed. Oh, the layup just off the front of the rim. And then a foul. So back that up. Well, not sure what happened there. Looked like Nadine Kusel clapped and then Rar just fell. Anyway. Maybe is with the step back high arc and 2, no good. Ulaanbaatar could tie here with a score. Screen action for Nadine Kusel, and Nandamonium with another miss from close range. 70 seconds. Mavius looking for contact and finishes the play. Kulan. A pass into Ariansetseg. Only 1 point separate these teams. Ball screen action for Marvelous Mavius. Mavius looking for space. A mid-range pull-up for Mavius off the mark. Score is needed here for Ulaanbaatar. Although there is plenty of time left, they turn it over. A couple of sloppy possessions, and then Rar with a take and a make. Takes the bump, makes the bucket. Puts her team up by 2. The foul by Kulan just a little bit too late. Continuation on the play, and 18-year-old Dizan Rar comes away with what could be the game breaker here. Free throw off the mark. Still a 2-point game. Less than 30 seconds to go. Ariansetseg lines up a 2 and ties it at 18. Huge bucket, Ulaanbaatar. And Batgirl is back to her usual tricks. Pick and pop action with Nadine Kusel, and lets the 2-ball fly with confidence. Tying up the game, these Mongolian ladies not done yet. 23 seconds left in a nail-biter of a game. Bonn Baskets in possession. Went to the mid-range a couple times on the last few, besides finding Rar, who is now on the bench. Mavius to Kreuner. Screening action for Mavius. Mavius looking to operate. No space for a shot. It's a turnover instead. The Amazons, they give it up. Fake up and under. Ariansetseg, no, but she gets the rebound. 6 seconds to go. Nanda with the layup and the win for Ulaanbaatar, as this shot for Bonn Baskets comes too late. And the Mongolian ladies stay alive by the skin of their teeth, as Nandamonium drops in a last-second layup after missing a few in the last minute. And fighting from behind. It's the Ulaanbaatar Amazons picking up a win over Bonn Baskets, 19-18. What a game. So Ulaanbaatar remains alive after that loss to Thailand, and now the win over Bonn Baskets. They are at 1-1, a win and a loss. And we'll have to wait for the results between Thailand and Bonn Baskets to see who will move on to tomorrow's knockout rounds. Take a look at the highlights. Enjoy. We'll be right back with more action from Jakarta.
Jakarta ini apa gimana? Oh emang udah diniatin buat nonton. Coba boleh lihat dulu, udah follow, diikuti dari semua tim yang ikut nih ya. Mau di kategori women dan juga nanti di challenger yang di hari Sabtu Minggu. Ini kamu punya jagoan nggak? Kira-kira jagoan kamu di mana?
Jagoan nggak ada sih, tapi emang suka nonton basket.
Suka nonton basket. Suka nonton biasanya pasti 5-on-5 ya? Biasanya nonton 5-on-5, sekarang nonton 3x3. Menurut kamu, karena kamu memang senangnya nonton basket, sehari-hari main basket juga nggak?
Ya, tapi masih suka main basket.
Suka main basket. Pemain favoritnya siapa? Stephen Curry terus? Prastawa, makanya jersey nomor 7 Pelita Jaya ya. Oke. Menurut kamu gimana sih perkembangan dunia basket di Indonesia? 3x3 nih khususnya. Karena kan kamu juga sebagai basket antusias gitu. Gimana?
Kalau menurut aku sih perkembangan basketnya sih lumayan ramai ya di Indonesia ini, apalagi anak-anak SMP itu udah mulai suka main basket. Bahkan SD pun banyak akademi juga yang suka main basket gitu. Pasti nantinya banyak kalau bisa netizen juga yang bisa mewadahi semua masyarakat bisa untuk main basket.
Oke. Kamu kan udah sempat jalan-jalan ke sana juga belum?
Sudah.
Udah jajan?
Sudah
jajan. Jajan apa di jajaran sekeliling?
beli burger Bangor.
Oke, berarti sudah mengisi perut, siap untuk melanjutkan menyaksikan game-game seru di Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta ini ya. Terima kasih banyak. Saya langsung kasih juga hadiahnya persembahan dari Craft. Ini dia salah satu sponsor di 3x3 Inaspro di Jakarta 2025. Posting juga dong keseruan-keseruannya. Thank you ya. Terima kasih banyak. Ini udah follow juga nih. Aku tahu, tapi diam-diam kayak malu sebenarnya, tapi gak usah malu-malu lah. Coba kita lihat dulu, kita cek dulu, kenalan dulu namanya siapa? Cantika, penyanyi dong. Oh Cantika. Iya, penyanyi ya, Cantika yang penyanyi. Beda. Coba lihat dulu, lihat dulu. Udah follow juga. Terus hari ini nonton sama siapa aja? Oke, gengnya keren kan anak timnas ya. Jadi kira-kira apa? Gamenya seru. Oke. Harapannya ke depan semua adanya event ini basket di Indonesia khususnya 3x3 dan perempuan ya, karena kita masih ada di yang women's series, menurut kamu gimana?
Semoga masih banyak event-eventnya yang besar. Abis itu semakin pemainnya juga kita kan bisa kan. Dan sekarang udah levelnya udah berat juga. Semoga ini semakin besar, makin banyak. Jadi kesempatan buat pemain-pemain yang main lagi dalam pertandingan juga jadi bisa main lagi.
Kalau misalnya 3x3 dari liganya buat cewek setuju nggak?
Setuju banget dan tolong dibebaskan sih, kayak nggak ada yang pemain ex-pro, pemain ex-timnas. Maksudnya saya ini kan event basket putri udah jarang banget di Indonesia, jadi kalau misalkan emang ada eventnya siapa aja bisa ikut.
Siapa aja bisa ikut, jadi bebas aja ya. Oke, terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih, dan kamu dapetin satu hadiah persembahan dari Kak. Terima kasih. Terima kasih ya, thank you. Kalau nanya sama anak timnas sekali lagi boleh kali ya. Tadi kan udah. Sekarang tanya doang gini aja. Ngeliat pertandingan tadi, paling seru game yang mana? Filipina? Aussie, oke. Berarti itu yang menurutnya paling seru di game kali ini adalah pertandingan itu sampai dengan jam sekarang nih. Kita nggak tahu kan ke depan dan besok nonton lagi ya? Nonton dong, nonton ya. Terima kasih banyak, thank you ya. Sampai kita juga menunggu ini kita masih akan ada persiapan. Lapangannya kalau misalnya teman-teman lihat ini ada apa ya? Kita memang sengaja banget memberikan waktu sebentar untuk persiapan karena kita masih ada pertandingan lain dan kita juga masih punya agenda untuk opening ceremony juga. Ini sengaja dilakukan agar nanti para pemain juga bisa nyaman pada saat bertanding di lapangan. Selain itu, di event ini juga selain memang kalian bisa mendapatkan pengalaman atau experience yang berbeda, bisa nonton basket sambil juga bisa jajan, bisa makan, bisa menikmati hiburan. Kalian boleh posting keseruannya di @3x3jkt. Jangan lupa di mention, jangan lupa pakai hashtagnya juga. Kalau misalnya udah ada yang follow Instagramnya, langsung kasih tahu aku. Sekarang saya mau ngobrol sama, ini saya lihat-lihat kayaknya teman saya deh. Selamat malam, hai bapak-bapak dari olahraga sepak bola ke bola basket 3x3. Apa yang membuat menarik? Coba. Ini boleh berdiri lah. Yang mana dulu ya? Kalau yang ini ampun senior ini. Kalau ini kan presiden klub belakangan, ya kan? Presiden klub nanti kita ajak ngobrolnya nanti. Yang ini dulu, ampun senior, ya kan? Berdiri dong, berdiri. Ketua komunitas supporter terbesar yang ada di Indonesia, salah satu maksudnya. Saya nggak bocorin timnya, nggak ngomong. Apa yang membuat nonton 3x3 hari ini?
Menarik ya, acaranya menarik. Terus kebetulan lagi mencoba di sport industri. Survei dong dengan bola terus.
Iya.
Bola tahu sendiri kan ya, pusingnya. Ya jadi mau main tahu aja.
Cari referensi. Oke. Dan ini untuk pertama kalinya nonton 3x3 atau emang udah sering sih sebenarnya 5x5 juga
Udah
nonton?
pasti pertama dong.
Oh,
Kalau
3x3.
Liga-liga masih
Suka nonton. Melihat pertandingan tadi yang cewek-cewek, tanggapannya gimana? Beda ya? Beda ya, oke, tinggi. Tapi seru nggak? Seru. Udah sempat jalan-jalan juga, jajan. Oh, langsung. Dapat FIBA ya, udah habis. Udah jajan-jajan di jajaran sekeliling belum? Belum sempat. Habis dari sini langsung ya, jajan juga ya. Cobain semua jajanannya. Oke. Soalnya kan kalau misalnya emang langsung balik ke Bintaro nggak macet ya, jadi mendingan nanti aja. Jajan dulu, makan dulu boleh lah. Nah, sekarang kita ngobrol sama salah satu presiden klub sepak bola yang ada di Indonesia yang bermain di Liga Indonesia. Nah, saya nggak akan sebut sih. Tapi boleh emang sebut? Nggak boleh. Yaudah ngomongnya dari APPI aja. Asosiasi, oh enggak. Oh iya, jadi harus adil ya, harus adil. Menyaksikan pertandingan basket ini adalah ajang basket internasional hak hari ini Indonesia Jakarta jadi tuan rumah untuk 2 ajang sekaligus. Bagaimana melihatnya Bapak Presiden klub ini? Jangan gitu aja, berarti olahraga lain juga mencoba untuk digerakkan. Tapi kalau misalnya melihat sekarang nih animo basket di Indonesia, ikuti dong.
Alhamdulillah
Lumayan.
basket tapi kalau saya kan tahu aja.
Basket. Menurut kami gimana? Ih, namanya sama ya? Emang sengaja kalau satu perusahaan namanya harus sama ya? Oh, nggak bisa dong join ke situ, namanya beda ya? Beda, betul.
Saya pun sih kemarin terakhir ngeliat lebih berita sih dia final PBJ lawan Dewa. Sebenarnya supportnya ke ini sih, karena dulu kan main di PBJ tapi bolanya. Cuma dia ngeliat sama itu juga sini ternyata kebetulan sama Jones juga terus ya pemilik klub saya kebetulan juga ada klub juga di basket. Alhamdulillah. Jadi ya seru lah.
Karena sekarang banyak banget ya, jadi ada di satu cabang itu ada di basket juga. Memang lagi musimnya, tapi memang karena industrinya lagi berkembang juga ya. Thank you banget kalau gitu, jangan lupa untuk follow Instagramnya juga @3x3jkt. Terima kasih kakak senior, terima kasih juga. Kita sekarang ngobrol lagi, kita akan yang baru datang. Selamat malam, Mbak Cantik. Namanya siapa kak? Ini karena deket aja tadi lewat, ya kan? Namanya siapa cantik? Ayu. Dari mana Ayu? Oh dari Cikarang, sedang cuma nonton 3x3. Luar biasa perjuangan ya. Ayu, sekarang aku tanya nih sama Ayu udah follow Instagramnya belum? 3x3. Udah, mana coba lihat. Kalau misalnya udah follow Instagramnya, langsung posting aja keseruannya. Atau aku juga boleh foto sekarang, foto kalian berdua juga boleh langsung di tag atau di mention ke @3x3jkt. Benar, udah follow, cocok. Foto dong sekarang berdua, langsung posting. Apa-apa foto lapangan juga boleh. Aku langsung kasih hadiahnya. Udah? Di mention. Cocok, betul sekali. Iya, boleh. Langsung posting. Aku langsung kasih hadiahnya persembahan dari Kak. Terima kasih banyak. Ini Ayu, ini apa siapa? Mia sama Ayu. Ini apa basket ya? Hobi nonton. Paling suka pemain favoritnya siapa? Iya, terus? Banyak pokoknya ya. Kamu kalau melihat pertandingan 3x3 kayak gini di Indonesia, gimana menurut kamu?
Seru sih ya, juga
Oke, baru sekali ini nonton 3x3. Besok datang lagi dong. Besok datang, Sabtu datang, Minggu datang. Nanti kalau misalnya datang lagi, kamu kasih tahu aku, hey, aku udah datang lagi, kasih aku hadiah. Nanti aku kasih buat kamu. Oke, tos dulu dong. Thank you Mia. Terima kasih juga Ayu. Dan buat teman-teman semuanya, sekali lagi kita masih ada di Inasco 3x3 Jakarta. Hai Maxi. Hai. Kamu nengok sih, jadi aku, oh Maxi ya. Indonesia, apalagi ada dua nih ya. Ada yang Challenger Jakarta sama ada yang Women's Series. Kamu sebagai pemain basket putri yang sekarang lagi menimba ilmu, pengalaman dan lain sebagainya di luar, gimana nih?
Bangga banget ya, dan senang banget juga karena di Indonesia di mana semua orang bisa datang ke sini dan nonton kalian-kalian di Indonesia yang jauh-jauh di pas memainkan kayak jadi senang banget, bangga banget juga dengan acaranya juga kelas dunia.
Bangga banget, apalagi sebagai seorang pemain basket gitu ya. Kamu punya pemain atau tim jagoan yang main di sini nggak?
Indonesia.
Indonesia ya? Tadi baru datang sih ya? Iya, tapi nggak apa-apa, terus support.
Kita di sini banyak banget yang jauh. Siapa yang
Iya, oke. Terima kasih ya. Thank you. Di Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro ini didukung penuh oleh para sponsor. Terima kasih untuk para sponsor yaitu Simpati Wonder by BNI, MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow for Men, Emilia Madu Enak, Aqua Durafa, Bali Fiber Red Bull, lalu juga Kaf Raja Hospital Bebas Cedera, Free Fire, Kopi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar Hanasuit, lalu juga ada Simba dan jajaran sekeliling. yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora dan juga DPP Perbasi. Teman-teman, ini kalau melihat hari ini pertandingannya semuanya seru-seru banget, padahal kita baru ada di hari yang pertama. Kita masih akan ada, event ini masih akan ada sampai dengan hari Minggu nanti. Jadi pastiin kalian kosongin agendanya untuk bisa menyaksikan pertandingan basket 3x3. Ini adalah ajang internasional yang diadakan secara langsung di Jakarta. Luar biasa sekali kesempatan bagi Indonesia bisa menjadi tuan rumah dua ajang sekaligus, di mana yang pertama adalah FIBA 3x3 Women's Series Jakarta Stop dan juga dilanjutkan lagi dengan FIBA 3x3 Challenger Jakarta. Jadi buat yang emang nggak punya agenda kemana-mana, ini boleh langsung aja tongkrongin parkir Timur Senayan Jakarta sampai dengan hari Minggu nanti. Tapi kalau misalnya kamu emang udah punya agenda lain, kamu udah punya ini ada kegiatan lain juga nih di weekend ini, kamu nggak mau melewatkan pertandingannya, kamu bisa saksikan hanya di YouTube channelnya FIBA dan juga Kemenpora. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman semua yang sudah hadir dari tadi pagi di Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora. Terima kasih juga pastinya untuk semua sponsor. Terima kasih untuk Simpati Wonder by BNI, lalu juga terima kasih untuk MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow for Men, Emilia Madu Enak, Aqua Durafa, Bali Fiber, lalu juga Red Bull, Kaf Raja Hospital Bebas Cedera, Free jajanannya enggak? Rata-rata pada jajannya FIBA. Tapi kayaknya ada juga yang bawa jajan-jajan yang lain. Sebelumnya saya mau ngobrol dulu sebentar ya. Hai, selamat. Yang mana ya? Cowok cewek? Yang pernah? Ya udah gini aja deh. Tanggapannya buat event ini gimana? Satu kata, keren, seru, atau apa? Keren, oke. Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih udah datang di FIBA 3x3 Jakarta 2025.
After a brief delay, the action continues here from Jakarta. Spain, Uganda was canceled, so now Singapore and Japan on deck just in time. And it's our third look at this Japan team. Actually, fourth look at this Japan team. After the qualifying draw, Singapore, we'll see them for the second time. This is a battle of who's going to come in first in pool play, Pool D action on this first ever Women's Series event in Indonesia. And let's see who can come out on top. Singapore come out first. They took down Christchurch in a 15-13 win, and it's Germain that did most of the damage. 9 points for Germain, 3 of 7 from range. She was using the quickness to get to the basket as well. She's joined by Denise, Choi Ting, and last but not least, Matilda, who grabbed herself 6 rebounds in that win over the New Zealand ladies. So Singapore at a victory. No loss yet. Ticket to the quarterfinals punch. Could be in first in pool play. They're going to have to go through Japan. And Japan also took down Christchurch. A little bit more convincing, 18-8. Their speed proved to be the difference. Takahashi with 8 rebounds. Undersized, but scrapped and clawed. 4 of 17 twos went down for Japan in that victory over Christchurch. Led scored by Miyashita, who put on a clinic. 9.6 rebounds, 4 drives for her. Kept going to the basket. There's Miyashita. And of course, Aikachura and Surimi there as well. This is your Japan team all the way from the qualifying draw. This is their 4th game of today's action. Let's see if that affects their play. So referees got a short break as well. Floor got fixed up. The sun went down. Eddie Liu and Kyurong Shi up on deck. And I'm sure everybody's fresh to go for this one. Again, last game, Spain and Uganda. It looks like it was canceled. Apparently Uganda's stuck. Has some issues with their visas. Whenever we get more information, we'll get into that. But for now, we focus on these 2 teams. Again, both of them beating Christchurch. Christchurch is out. And whoever wins here comes in first in Pool D, a position you want to be in, of course. Because Pool D crosses up with Pool B. It is a pool with Australia, and you want to avoid them as long as possible. Loser here will get Australia. So let's see who meets up with the Kangaroos tomorrow. Who will face either Jakarta or the Philippines. Both teams use speed to their advantage. Both teams shoot a bunch of twos. Japan's off to the start. Surimi. 2 ball off the mark. There's Jermaine. Lobs it up. Pass is snuffed out. Surumi almost loses to Wilson. Eventually they do. Turnover after turnover to start this one. And Choi Ting. That shot is batted out of bounds. White ball. Takahashi mid-range pull-up, no. Jermaine with the board. I like the matchup between Takahashi and Jermaine. Both speedy players can both shoot it really well. Jermaine with the pass here to Choi Ting. That toilet bowls around and goes down. Singapore punches first. 1-0. Tsurumi. Takahashi trying to answer. 2 balls avoided her for most of today's action. Just Knocked down only one so far. Jermaine. And Jermaine keeps attacking relentlessly. 9 points in that first game. And now Singapore forget the guard Miyashita. So Japan on the board as well. Screening action for Jermaine. Behind the screen, she steps back, a high arc and 2. That is off the mark. Transition out for Japan. Tsurumi to Katsura. Katsura on the move, steps back. Katsura, no. Singapore's done a good job controlling the boards. Sidestep action there. Ooh, soft touch. Lead for Singapore. Possession of the rock as well. Matilda. Matilda to Denise. Denise is blocked. Takahashi's hands in there early. Katsura under the basket, an easy layup. Difficult shot. Choi Ting. Count that. Plus the bucket, plus the foul. So Choi Ting at the free throw straight. Foul called. Katsura. Oh, the pass, the give and go. Oh, my goodness. That was beautiful. And then she missed the layup. Oh, Japan. That was a beautiful highlight. Turned into a low light.
Seven minutes remaining.
Backdoor cut. Tsurumi sniffed out. Foul in Singapore. I don't mind that foul at all. That would have been a layup. So Singapore, they stop a score. They get a reset. They have to guard with Tsurumi again here, though. Tsurumi against Jermaine. The separation. Well, and then undershoots that, too. Tsurumi, though. Huge separation.
FIBA 3x3 Jakarta diselenggarakan oleh Inasro dan didukung oleh Kemenpora dan DPP Perbasi.
Look back at some of the stuff that happened so far.
Let's go, easy.
Singapore with a fresh 12 to work with. They get it to Jermaine. Jermaine operating behind the screen, lobs it. And it's not finished. Tilda couldn't squeeze it. Tsurumi. Japan showing signs of fatigue after 3 grueling games earlier in the day against in the sweltering heat out here in Indonesia. Stick with it, 4-3. 2 ball missed. Tsurumi with the board. Takahashi pull up off the glass. Difficult shot. See, teams from Japan do that every now and then. Just shoot it off the glass. I'm sure it's on purpose. Matilda with Singapore by 1. And Surumi gets fouled on the play. These two countries do have a history. That history has mainly gone Japan's way. 3 meetups in pool play at the Asia Cup in 22, 23, and 25. All Japan wins. So a Singapore victory here would be a historic victory. As Surumi ties the game up at 5. Katsura, an open look, and drains it from 2. Japan is up by 2. Low scoring game here, but if Japan start draining these 2s, and if they shift into the next gear like they're doing here, you better watch out. 8-5. Germain. Can Singapore answer? Germain, if anybody does it, it's her, and she does. Scoop shot off the glass, soft touch. Now they have to deal with Katsura. Same spot for Katsura, and the same result. Back-to-back 2s for Katsura.
Under 5 minutes remaining, Japan 10, Singapore 6.
Japan now with a 4-point lead. Singapore, they need some buckets. And they do have a certified bucket getter on the team in Germain, but she turns it over. Possession sticks with Singapore. And a traveling violation. So now the possession over to Japan. Shot under shot, rebound though, Japan. Takahashi again on the boards. And Japan extending that lead to 5. Not showing any signs of slowing down. Step back, Denise, no. Tsurumi asking for a screen. 4 on the shot clock, Tsurumi. Whistle on the play. Scoop shot up and in. Singapore with a little bit of an answer. Matilda coming through with the bucket. Singapore trying to tune up the defense. And they get a steal as a result. But foul on the play. That is on Japan though. So Singapore, they get a stop. And they forced Japan into a foul. Germain with the separation and drains that 2 ball. She has been, again, the main offensive weapon for the Singapore squad. Miyashita working on the block. No. Germain holds her ground. She gets it back. Germain looking for space. Germain crosses up, sidesteps, and Germain almost drains that too. That looked like it was online. That looked like it was online. But now she's in trouble. Miyashita, no. Tsurumi keeps the ball in possession for Japan. Swings it, Katsura. Back to Tsurumi. Back to Katsura. She's already hit 2 from there. Make that 3. Third double for Katsura from the right wing. Lost Germain now. And as a result, Germain will get another layup. She is the sole reason Singapore is still in this. Miyashita. Right leg, right hand layup. Choi Ting. Singapore's not going away. We got 2:40 left in this game. Katsura. She's by herself. Stop though. And then, oh, Singapore. Uh-oh. Germain looks upset. That frown. I mean, I get why. They got the stop. They were going to get the possession. Well, and then they lost to Wilson. But anyway, timeout on the floor. We're back in some of the action so far. It's been Katsura for Japan, draining long-range shots from the same spot on the floor. Three of them to be precise. Here's a look at all 3. So Katsura has got the scope on. Singapore, it's been Germain keeping him in things. So we can't convert the layup, fouled in the process. So we did a strike. 5th foul in Singapore. So not in a bonus just yet. But they are looking at a 4-point disadvantage. Oh, Germain had her tripping. Germain had her tripping and then buries the 2. Oh, Germain, what are you doing? Germain now will take a seat. These are some minutes that Singapore is going to have to survive. Tsurumi to Katsura. Easy 1-2 and a foul afterwards as well. So Katsura cutting in the basket, making a difference, taking the contact and finishing through it. There's the bump. There's the bucket. A free throw coming up for Katsura, leading scorer in the game for Japan. Have free throws a make as well. Out to 4-point game yet again. Germain still on the bench. So Singapore without their leading scorer. Uh-oh, more slippage. That court is so slippery. We've seen this a couple times. Now it's Tsurumi speeding by everyone. And a foul will give Germain a chance to get back on the court. Miyashita will return as well. A 4-point lead for Japan going into last minute and 40 seconds. Germain looking to operate. Germain on the drive, right hand scoop. Katsura, good contest. 90 seconds left. Katsura against Germain. She's got the size advantage. Looking to move to the basket. Katsura hangs, can't hit. And Tsurumi almost got her hands on that rebound. Ends up out of bounds.
18 Japan, Singapore 14 with 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Possession to Japan in this one. Fresh 12. Katsura and Tsurumi getting each other's way, but Katsura's hit a couple from there already. Can't add to it. Another rebound to Japan, though. Singapore missing out on some very valuable possessions here. Beautiful pass, Miyashita. Squeezes it, triggers in the mid range. Now a foul in Japan, resetting the action.
Seconds, Japan 19, Singapore 14. Timeout, Japan.
So timeout, Japan. We're in a comfortable lead at this point. All they need is one more bucket, and then they get to 21. And if not, they still hold on to a large lead. But the knees had everybody slipping. Yoink. Singapore does have possession. 50 seconds left, a 5-point deficit. Winner does not face Australia tomorrow. Loser does. It's out of bounds.
White ball. 4.9 under clock.
Jermaine. Guarded by Miyashita. Jermaine pulls up for two at the end of the shot clock. It barely misses. And now it's Japan's ball and Japan's game. A 2-ball would end things. Tsurumi with the separation. Passes it. Takahashi with the fling. No, didn't touch rim. Shot clock violation.
White ball. 22 seconds remaining.
Only 22 seconds left. It's looking like Japan is going to get this one done. All the way from the qualifying draw. No space for a shot. Good defense by Japan.
10 seconds.
Katsura in possession of the rock. Japan could go 4-0 on day one of action out here from Jakarta, and they will. With 2 seconds left, it's not enough time for Singapore to come back in this game, and Japan, a well-deserved win. 19-14, Katsura was special. Long-range shot after a long-range shot, all from the same spot on the court, too. She got the job done for her team, and her team will be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And the main thing is here, they will not face Australia, which is a team, of course, you want to avoid as long as you can in this tournament. So, as y'all take a look at the highlights, we are going to take a short break. The opening ceremony is on deck next. That is going to start right after these highlights. The next game, as we got 3 more 10-minute sprints left, is Pool B action. Philippines and Jakarta. That game slated to start at 7:45 local time, so in about 35 minutes. Some news is that Spain picked up a win over Uganda as that game was forfeited. Uganda struggling with some visa stuff. Anyway, take a look at these highlights. Enjoy the opening ceremony. We'll be back in 30 minutes with more action from Jakarta.
Alir Series. Saya mau mengucapkan selamat datang terlebih dahulu kepada jajaran KPI yang sudah bergabung di event kali ini. Yang pertama boleh kita sambut dan berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada yang terhormat Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo. Selamat malam Pak Dito, Mas Menteri sudah hadir di tengah kita. Lalu boleh berikan tepuk tangan juga untuk utusan khusus Presiden Bidang Pembinaan Generasi Muda dan Pekerja Seni. Ada Bapak Raffi Ahmad. Selanjutnya selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Deputi Bidang Peningkatan Prestasi Olahraga Kemenpora Republik Indonesia Bapak Surono. Staf khusus Kemenpora Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Ketua Umum Bidang Organisasi DPP Perbasi Bapak Ardi Ramon Putra. Staf ahli Kemenpora Bapak Syamsuddin. Malam Pak. Selamat malam juga tenaga ahli Kemenpora Republik Indonesia Mbak Nika Tambayong. Selamat malam. Lalu juga sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita, tadi juga kita sudah sedikit ngobrol-ngobrol, Direktur Elmedu Inaspro Bapak Ferry Kono. Saya nyarinya ke atas Pak Ferry gimana? Soalnya banyak jalan-jalan kan Pak Ferry ya. Oke, dan selanjutnya boleh berikan tepuk tangan juga untuk Direktur PPK GBK Bapak Rahmadi Kusumo. Sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita juga Ketua Umum Komite Olimpiade Indonesia yang diwakili oleh Komite Eksekutif POI Bapak Hari Warga Negara. Malam Pak. Selamat datang. Lalu selanjutnya Sekjen Komite Olimpiade Indonesia Bapak Wijaya Nuradi. Masih dalam perjalanan baik, terima kasih. Selanjutnya selamat malam, selamat datang Sekretaris Jenderal Komite Olahraga Nasional Indonesia Bapak Ade Lukman. Malam Pak, selamat datang. Dan sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita juga Wakil Ketua Umum Bidang SDM DPP Perbasi Bapak Christopher Tanuwijaya. Komitok di sebelah mana? Oh, saya baru lihat malam kok. Dan selanjutnya selamat datang juga kepada Ketua BTN Bapak Eda Bakri. Sehat Pak Eda? Alhamdulillah. Selanjutnya juga selamat datang kepada Kepala Bidang Badan Tim Nasional 3x3 Bapak Andra Pasaribu. Lalu juga sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita Managing Director Badan Tim Nasional Perbasi Bapak Jeremy Manuel. Direktur Utama Ideal Bapak Junas Miradiasyah sudah hadir, masih dalam perjalanan. Dan sudah hadir juga Direktur Durafa Bapak Andreas Sunarga. Terima kasih atas supportnya Pak Durafa terhadap event ini. Baik, ini merupakan hari yang pertama dari Inaspro 3x3 Jakarta by Inaspro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora dan juga DPP Perbasi. Dan untuk memulai rangkaian demi rangkaian acara di hari ini, di opening ceremony, kita akan sama-sama menyanyikan terlebih dahulu lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Kami mohon hadirin untuk dapat berdiri. Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya.
Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera, Salam Olahraga. Yang saya hormati di sini Mas Raffi Ahmad selaku Seksus Presiden, dan juga hadir di sini Sekjen KONI, Ex-Kopowi, dan juga Dirut GBK, dan tentunya para pimpinan dari Perbasi dan Inaspro selaku penyelenggara. Singkat saja, ini adalah hari yang sangat bersejarah, Mas Raffi, karena ini pertama kalinya Jakarta, Indonesia menyelenggarakan 3x3 untuk yang Challengers dan juga Women's Series. Dan ini adalah 4 tahun ke depan akan terus terselenggara. Dan ini merupakan salah satu langkah strategi dan komitmen bagaimana kita mendorong 3x3 kita Indonesia timnas bisa lolos di Olimpiade. Jadi saya rasa dari venue-nya ini luar biasa ya Mas Raffi ya, baru pertama kali seperti ini Mas.
Betul sekali Pak.
Jadi semoga enjoy semua basket lovers maupun para anak muda, semoga bisa diinformasikan ke kawan-kawannya, keluarganya. Ini sampai tanggal 27. Harga tiket juga so-so, 10.000 udah bisa masuk, 10.000 rupiah. Udah bisa mendapatkan UMKM, ada performance, nanti ada passing days kalau nggak salah, ada banyak. Jadi cocok banget untuk anak muda bergaul dan juga nongkrong di sini. Kira-kira Mas Agus
Sudah cukup. Salam olahraga, jaya, sukses untuk kita semua. Sudah disampaikan semua oleh Om Menpora. Terima kasih Om Menpora, luar biasa.
Okay, so let's start the game, enjoy the game. Good luck for all the teams, khususnya timnas Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas sambutannya Bapak Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo. Mohon maaf, mohon izin Pak Menteri, Mas Menteri dan juga Arafi, kita akan langsung menuju ke opening ceremony, yaitu kita akan ada free throw. Katanya Mas Menteri tadi malam udah latihan ya sebenarnya di venue. Kita sekarang akan coba free throw, kita kasih kesempatannya 2 kali, Arafi dan juga Mas Menteri. Di sebelah sini atau bebas, mau free throw atau mau 3 point? Oh, free throw aja. Oke. Yang pertama ini dia. Boleh kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia. Kesempatan berikutnya, Arafi. Satu lagi mau? Satu lagi? Gak apa-apa, satu lagi. Oh, membelakang ini. Terima kasih banyak, boleh berikan tepuk tangan untuk yang Mas Bro 3x3 Jakarta Women's Series. Mas Menteri dan Arafi akan ada foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Mohon izin, kita juga akan mengundang jajaran tamu VIP yang lain. Mungkin yang pertama untuk Arafi dan juga Mas Menteri, pakai bola boleh ya? Dan kami juga mengundang seluruh jajaran tamu VIP untuk dapat bergabung. Yang pertama kami mengundang kepada Deputi Bidang Peningkatan Prestasi Olahraga Kemenpora Pak Surono, lalu juga kepada Bapak Arti Rama Putra, lalu juga Pak Samsyuni, Mbak Nika Tambayong, Pak Ferry juga pastinya bergabung, lalu juga Pak Rahmadi dan juga semua tamu-tamu VIP yang saya sebutkan. Mohon bisa mengambil tempat. Terima kasih yang sudah beranjak dari berikut VIP. Kami juga mengundang kepada Direktur PPK GBK, Ketua Umum Komite Olimpiade Indonesia yang diwakili oleh Komite Eksekutif KOI Bapak Hari Warga Negara, Sekjen Komite Olimpiade Indonesia Bapak Wijaya, lalu juga Sekretaris Jenderal Komite Olahraga Nasional Indonesia Bapak Ade Lukman, lalu juga Wakil Ketua Umum Bidang SDM DPP Perbasi Bapak Christopher Tanuwijaya, lalu juga Bapak Andra Pasaribu, Bapak Eda Bakri, Bapak Jeremy, dan juga Bapak Andreas Sunaria. Tadi saya udah panggil loh Pak. Sebentar saya cek ulang lagi ya, saya absen lagi dari awal nih. Pak Jeremy udah ada, Pak Ferry, Mbak Mika, oh Pak Juna sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita, Direktur Utama IBL. Boleh? Sudah? Semuanya sudah semua? Sudah bergabung? Oke, kalau begitu Mas Menteri bolanya sudah dipegang juga, kita akan langsung lihat. Ini dia. Dengan gaya yang pertama, 3, 2, 1. Salam olahraga. Salam olahraga. 3x3, gayanya 3x3. Oke. Wah, paling Sindo hafal banget loh gayanya. Hampir-hampir mirip bisa nih. Oke, yuk. 3x3. Udah? Semuanya udah cocok ya gayanya. 3, 2, 1. Aman, satu kali lagi katanya. Cukup, terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih Mas Menteri, terima kasih juga Arafi, dan juga terima kasih untuk seluruh jajaran tamu VIP yang sudah ikut serta dalam opening ceremony Dinas Pro 3x3 Jakarta Women Series. Sekali lagi, ini adalah hari yang pertama, di mana kita masih punya 3 hari ke depan sampai dengan hari Minggu. Kalau misalnya emang mau nonton, informasi selengkapnya masih ada di sosial media. Silahkan dicek juga sosial medianya di @3x3JKT. Tadi sudah disampaikan juga sama Mas Menteri, 10.000 sudah bisa mendapatkan jajanan-jajanan UMKM, ada jajaran sekeliling. Di sana banyak banget jajanan-jajanan yang bisa dinikmati, dari mulai makanan, minuman, cemilan, semuanya ada di sana. Dan terima kasih banyak pastinya untuk semua sponsor yang sudah mendukung terus negaranya Dinas Pro 3x3 Jakarta by Dinas Pro yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora. Terima kasih untuk Simpati Wonder by BNI, MS Glow Beauty, MS Glow Formen, Emilia Madu Enak, Aqua, Durafa, Bali Fiber, Red Bull, Cup, Rajan Hospital, Bebas Cedera, Free Fire, Kopi Kenangan, Sambal Bakar Indonesia, Hanasuri, lalu juga Simba dan jajaran sekeliling.
awalnya memang kalau mau ingin menjadi seorang atlet, apalagi untuk timnas basket putri Indonesia, pastinya harus ada mindset goals-nya untuk mencapai itu. Dengan cara apa? Ya latihan pasti, gak hanya cuma iming-iming dan latihan 2 kali seminggu, karena itu gak cukup buat menjadi seorang atlet. Apalagi ya sekarang banyak ya basket di Indonesia, tapi mereka hanya kayak oke, aku pengen jadi ini, tapi dari segi effortnya tuh gak seperti itu dan mengharapkan sesuatu yang instan. Itu yang harus mereka rubah dari segi mindsetnya mereka sih untuk mencapai goals itu.
Mencapai goals itu berarti dasarnya mindsetnya dulu gitu ya. Nah kalau misalnya tadi kan agak sedikit di spill nih Pak Siang, kalau misalnya nanti 3x3 bakalan ada liga ceweknya, gimana?
Pasti bakal seru. Dan aku juga ya mostly aku sekarang main 5-on-5, tapi I wanna try to play 3x3 juga karena more physical pasti.
Yes.
Dan I'm so excited for that, for the Liga Basket 3x3.
Liga Basket 3x3,
Yes.
udah gak sabar juga buat tungguin. Karena punya selain Indonesia ya, jagoan lain di ajang ini?
Jagoan aku pasti support tim Indonesia, dan pastinya mungkin a lot of talented player di sini. Jadi aku pengen lihat aja sih ke suasana 3x3 and play in here gitu.
Oke, nanti kalau misalnya mau coba lapangannya boleh loh.
Coba gini.
Main-main sama Karen nanti kita bikin games
yes,
ya.
okay.
Boleh dong. Thank you ya. Terima kasih Karen.
Selamat datang di Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta by Indonesia yang didukung penuh oleh
Kemenpora. Terima kasih juga untuk teman-teman yang tadi sudah meramaikan juga jajaran sekeliling di mana kalian bisa mencoba UMKM ini banyak banget, ada makanan, ada minuman, cemilan, semuanya ada di sana. Yang tadi sudah berbelanja makanannya banyak banget, dari mulai lapar banget, kenyang sampai lapar lagi. Ini sangat luar biasa hari ini karena semuanya lengkap. Selain bisa menyaksikan pertandingan basket berkualitas karena ini adalah ajang basket internasional di mana Jakarta atau Indonesia ini sangat luar biasa mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi tuan rumah, dan ini adalah hari yang pertama di mana kita masih punya 3 hari ke depan. Jadi pastikan jangan kemana-mana. Kalau misalnya nggak punya agenda, datang langsung aja ke Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta by Indonesia yang didukung penuh oleh Kemenpora.
We are in the final stretch out here in Jakarta today. 3 more 10-minute sprints left. First one, it's a win or go home situation between Philippines and Jakarta. Philippines lost to the Australian team 20-11. It was Kai Pingle with 4 points, 4 rebounds to lead the squad. Pana off the mark, 0 for 3 on twos. The entire squad actually 0 for 12. Ferrer, Casio round out the squad. They're going to need some more if they want to remain in this tournament. Now they are facing a hometown favorite, Team Jakarta, that didn't muster up much against the Aussies. 21-5 defeat. Debbie scored 2 points. Long range shot went down. 2 out of 5. She's joined by Putri, Fio, and Valencia. There's Natasha Putri. So again, Jakarta, they want to stay alive. These ladies all members of the Nations League teams for Indonesia, outside of Debbie, that is. Debbie plays her first 3x3 tournament. Ever since the 2016 World Cup. So a long time 3x3er. Has been around the game in a few years, or at least not on the official circuit. And again, whoever wins here will come out of pool play. The loser will remain behind, will not continue their action out here in the Indonesian capital. And let's see which squad can muster up the most. Jakarta hit a couple of twos in that defeat against the Aussies. Philippines didn't get any. It's a team that relies heavily on the 2 ball.
Let's go.
Action starts with a foul on Jakarta. Take to the basket here is stopped with another foul. This would plague Jakarta in their first game as well. Ran into a couple of quick ones. And same here with Valencia contesting that Pingle shot. Free throw coming up for Kai Pingle. Valencia cleans up the mess. Jakarta tied things at 1. Pana on the drive, the reverse, no good. And Natasha bumped off her spot by Pingle. Debbie working behind the ball screen. They swing it. Natasha. Two ball still eludes the Philippines. It sticks with the team. What a pass by Pana. Dish worth savoring. Pingle does just that. Finishes up the play. 2-1 lead Philippines. Fio to Debbie. Debbie, uh-oh. Drop Pingle to her knees, but can't squeeze the 2-ball. Pingle now on the move. No look dish. The bump and the bucket. Score counts. Kasho receiving that Pingle dish. Finishing up the play. Gets bumped in the process and will head to the free throw stripe.
Another point for Team Philippines.
4-1 Philippines. Pingle picks off the Wilson. Another delivery for Pingle, but it's left short. Fede couldn't connect. Offensive foul now in Jakarta. Pana. A look. Pana usually a good shooter, but the 2-ball is just completely gone away for the Philippines here. Debbie, top of the key. 2 balls missed and a foul called off ball. Pingle on the floor.
Ball white.
Righty hook, no good for Debbie. Kasho now making the moves. That fadeaway, no good. Grabs her own board. Rebounds for Kasho. Pana swoops in. And the Philippines control the boards. Fede, kick out. Pana lines it up. Now Kasho gets an attempt. And finally a 2 drops for the Philippines. This is their bread and butter, and it had eluded them all day. Debbie. Pingle, all with the sauce. Connection for Pingle on the lay. And the Philippines off to the races. Pingle takes the contact, finishes the play up, and a free throw coming up next. Kasho, another foul in Jakarta. That is number 6. They contest every shot, but they just put a little too much on every contest there. On the drive, no good. An 8-1 lead remains for the Philippines. They swing it around. Pingle. And that's foul number 7 on Jakarta. Yep. A push off on that Pingle drive. And Natasha puts Pingle on the strike for 2 free throws. after this TV timeout, the Philippines racing ahead here, looking to secure that quarterfinal berth. Would be their second time in the quarterfinals this year after Marseille and Bucharest. For you first-time 3x3 watchers out there, 7 foul means every defensive foul in Jakarta is 2 free throws for the Philippines. Pana, leaner. Jakarta struggling to put up some points. Debbie, this might help. Long range shot. And the home crowd's loving it. They poured into the venue here to support their home team. 10-3 though, they need some more scores. Kasho, the athletic leaning layup. Same spot, different result for Jakarta. Struggling to contain Ferrer, but she misses the layup. Debbie, open again. And Natasha tries her hand at a 2 as well. Kasho will not be denied. She keeps getting to the rack at will. There's Kasho again. Someone stop that lady. It's 13-3, a 10-point lead for the Philippines, who now get a turnover as well. Kasho, give it back to Kasho. Cooking up some adobo out here. Bingo, no. Deep 1-point shot off the mark. And Jakarta again struggling to put up some points. Kasho, been to go to Gal for the Philippines. Gets it back. Kasho stuck in traffic but fouled. Earns herself a trip to the free throw strike.
Jakarta has 8 fouls.
Timeout called on the floor. I'm sure Jakarta wants to talk things over. Struggling to create consistent offense. Not gotten any bad shots. Just have not been able to knock down the shots they've gotten. And have struggled to contain Kasho, who is just on a tear in this one. Look at the hanging layup. Fancy, huh? There's Kasho again, added to her totals. Second one's a miss. She gets her own rebound. Pana wants to get involved in the action, gets it back to Kasho. That's a smart move. Asho eventually drains another bucket. 12-point lead now, Philippines. We're looking to close this one out early. Debbie, though, has some other thoughts. Pana. No. And Jakarta, they get another bucket. Kasho falling away for two. Couple of stops here for Jakarta. They've drained a couple of buckets. Never say never in 3x3. Theo. And an offensive foul. Valencia with the extension of the arms. 9th foul in Jakarta. Next foul means double bonus. I don't know about that. Didn't look like there was much going on there. But look, I'm no referee. Anyway, TV timeout and a blowout for the Philippines so far, although Jakarta has done something in the last few minutes here. The Debbie 2, a layup as well after a steal. Gotten some stops. Signs of growth here for the Indonesian team. But time's not in their favor. Neither is the score. And Ferrer is trying to add to it. Ferrer short. Layup's good though. Yeah, passes out of bounds.
Let's go.
Theo passes into a crowd. Pingle picks it up. Gets it back. Pingle up and over. Debbie. 10-point lead again. Debbie's blocked as well. Kasho. No.
18 seconds. 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining.
Theo forces one up. Off the mark.
Like all. 2.4 shot clock. Shot clock violation.
Kasho approaching the 2-minute mark. We might not get to the end of this game though. Pana. Gets it back. Pana now. Going towards the basket. Pana spins away, fouled. That is the dreaded double bonus. 10th foul on Jakarta. And Pana will get to the strike for 2 free throws, and then the Philippines will get possession back. But Pana first. An opportunity here to get to 20, as she does. Philippines can close out the game with a score here. Pingo in possession. Pingo on the move. Oh, has a little too much sauce on it. Theo. Oh, good pass. Valencia can't squeeze it. Now Kasho, look at the end things. Gets it to Ferrer. Rebound Kasho. Pingle. They pass into Kasho. Kasho, no space for a shot. It's out of bounds. Good defense by Jakarta. Managed to string a couple of stops together. Just haven't consistently been able to clamp down on defense. They've given up a bunch of rebounds. Natasha. Rims out. And that's out of bounds. It will remain Jakarta ball. Fio crosses up everyone, gets by it, and finishes at the rack. Kasho now on the move, though. Kasho puts the game to bed. And the Philippines make it into the knockout rounds for the third time in 6 events in 2025. Meanwhile, Jakarta, in their first foray into the women's series, is left with 2 losses. They will be out. So the home crowd will have to find somebody else to cheer for after that 21-8 victory for the Philippines. You enjoy the highlights. We got 2 10-minute sprints left. First one up next, Bonn Baskets and Thailand. That coming up here in just 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Free Fire, kopi kenangan, sambal bakar Indonesia anak sweet, lalu juga FIBA dan jajaran keliling. Kalau misalnya sambil nunggu game berikutnya, itu boleh banget mau jajan-jajan apa yang masih ada di area festival jajaran. Kita masih punya game berikutnya, jadi silakan langsung menuju ke area dari Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta. Kalau misalnya sudah ini nanti makanya boleh langsung menuju ke area lapangan karena kita akan lanjut ke game berikutnya. Dan kalau misalnya nanti beres dari game hari ini karena ini baru hari yang pertama pengen nyobain jajanan-jajanan yang ada di sana, boleh juga langsung aja berkeliling di jajaran. Jangan lupa juga untuk posting semua keseruan-keseruan yang ada di Indonesia 3x3 Jakarta untuk momen series ini merupakan hari yang pertama. Ini ajang yang sangat luar biasa juga karena kita sebagai tuan rumah di Indonesia ini akan ada langsung ditunjuk 2 ajang, di mana hari ini sampai dengan besok adalah FIBA 3x3 series dan juga untuk hari Sabtu dan Minggu ini akan ada FIBA 3x3 Challenger Jakarta. Jadi pastikan jangan kemana-mana sampai dengan weekend besok. Nantikan semua informasinya hanya di @3x3 JKT.
We got 2 pools to decide. Pool C is up first. We got Bonn Baskets and Thailand. And Thailand at 1-0. Bonn Baskets only a loss to their name. Interesting. See what happens here. As Bonn Baskets desperately need a victory. They are out first. It's Miss Marvelous Elisa Mavius, the Olympic gold medal winner, joined by Lizanne Rar. Basket was up all game against the Ulaanbaatar Amazons, but ended up losing 19-18. Rar with 5.7 boards led the squad in rebounds. Kroner had 7 points, knocking down both of her 2 balls. They're joined by Hooperts as well. And this Bonn squad is out to pick up a dub. Thailand already picked up a bunch of dubs. They come out of the qualifying draw. They've beaten the USA already earlier today. They've also beaten the Ulaanbaatar Amazons. And Ratyakorn Udomsuk has been the main reason why. 9 points for her in that W over Ulaanbaatar. Rungrian, the table setter for this squad. And Bunsen from comes out last. Supavadi Kunchuan, she was good as well. 8 points, 4 boards in that beatdown of Ulaanbaatar. A 4-point victory for Thailand, who are now in the driver's seat in this Pool C. With a win, they'll come out first in pool play and punch their ticket to the quarterfinals. On the loss, we're going to have to start bringing out some calculators. That means points are going to be of the utmost importance. Ulaanbaatar, of course, anxiously awaiting the result of this game, as it means life or death in this tournament for them. And I'll get us updated on the point situation in just a bit here. But let's just say it's tight. Bonn Baskets will start with the possession. And again, must-win game for the young German team. 2 18-year-olds on the squad. But play with poise and maturity. And of course, they got a leader in Marvelous Mavius. Kroner, no. Rar with the board. She has been dominating the rebound all day long. Me-bounds and finishes. Bucket, Thailand, it's a 1-1 game. Rar hands it off, Hooperts. To Elisa Mavius. Mavius behind the back, crosses up. Well, that was a pretty finish, but it scoops up and over the rim. Udomsuk. Udomsuk. 2 ball off the mark. We're a minute in. Both teams tied. Now foul in Thailand. That's number 2. High post action here for Baskets Bonn. Kroner crosses up. The spin move just short. Rar in position to score, though. Krungrian. Actually, that's Bunsen Prom with the flip shot. She's playing defense on Mavius. Mavius moving left to right, right to left. A spin move, 1 foot fader. Mavius marvels, but can't make it. And it's Rar again cleaning up the mess. Kunshian, no. Easy finish for Kunshian underneath. Thailand not going anywhere. 3-3 game. Kreuner. Sar hit a couple of those in their last game. Kunshian now trying to pass up Kreuner. Fakes, flips, no. Oh, but Bunsen Prom out there scrapping for the rebound. Thailand now in the lead. Kreuner, pick and roll with Rar. Pick and pop, rather. Rar now on the attack. 3 on the shot clock, under the basket. Fakes the shot, makes the read, but no connection. And Thailand back in possession. And Kunshian continues to pour it on. Hooperts almost loses her footing. Ends up getting the Wilson back. Mavius now trying to set the table. Mavius on the move. Behind the back, the Euro step. Not the finish. All the other stuff was incredible. Just the finish that was lacking slightly. Mavius. Lob pass into Kreuner. Kreuner. Patient on the finish. Can Thailand answer? Kunshian is stuck. Bunsen Prom has been really good in this game, but that mid-range shot off the mark. Mavius back down to Kreuner. Size advantage. And advantage taken. 5-5 game. Udomsuk's been a little bit quiet in this one. Fouled on the drive. And Udomsuk shook just a little bit. Tripped up here by Kreuner. But manages to get back to her feet. TV timeout in a tied game. Udomsuk to the strike. Where she secures Thailand's not first lead, but she secures the lead. Mavius on the move. Looking for Kreuner, can't find her. Mid-range pull-up's good enough though. 6-6. Marvelous Mavius at it again. Kunshian trying to attack Kreuner with the righty hook shot. Kreuner, good box out. Now Kreuner's on the attack. Leans, can't hit. Rar again with the rebound. Ball tied up there. Defense, of course, award possession, which is Thailand. Udomsuk now on the drive. Lefty lay. And Udomsuk's been getting to scores in every which way. We've seen the mid-range. We've seen the layup package. We've seen the 2-ball as well. Sheikh Udomsuk Mavius does just that. Reverse layup for Elisa Mavius. Neither team willing to give up a large lead as we approach the halfway mark. Very much anyone's game at this point. Hooper's on the block. Action broken up. Bunsenbrom gets it. It's swung. Udomsuk looking for space. Udomsuk looking to shake Hooperts. Does that, but Hooperts with the quick hands pokes the Wilson out. And that leaves Thailand with not much time on the clock. 3.1 seconds to be precise. Bunsenbrom doesn't make that work. Mavius creates his separation. Now a whistle on the floor. Under the basket is Rars yet again. We are under 5 minutes. Neither team has found the long shot yet. So that means it is a tight game. Easy look for Rungrian. And that pass, just a little bit too much on that. Hooperts couldn't get to it. Kunshan left open. Now it's Mavius on the move. No space for a shot, stuck on the baseline. A push off and an offensive foul on the Tide ladies. Sorry, reset here for Baskets Bonn. Again, Bonn Baskets in their second event of the year. Featured in Amsterdam as well. Fully different roster though. Perlich, Soltau, and Stefan are out. Hooperts, Kroner, and Mavius in. That Amsterdam trip resulted in a 12th place finish. Rion races to the rack all by herself. No one home for the contest. Rar. Hook shot off the mark. Retains possession somehow, but now it's a jump ball. Timeout. So 3:41 left. Anyone's game. Thailand now up 1. Low scoring affair, which I'm sure the Amazons of Ulaanbaatar don't mind. Rungrian, no space, awkward shot. Rar, looks like she might have touched that last.
White ball.
Possession back over to the Germans. Maybe his lead pass into Kroner, but she misses the layup. Oh, Kunshan crosses herself. From Rian now on the move. And fouled by Kroner.
Ball on one.
Thailand now in possession of the rock. 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Beautiful backdoor cut and a layup as a result. How did she threat the pass? Rar with the answer though. Righty hook off the glass is good. Bonn Baskets back within one. Udom Suk, oh, the flip pass into Bunsen Prom. Maybe it's no good. Thailand now with an opportunity to get ahead in the game by more than a possession. That hasn't happened yet. Flips it behind the back. Kunshan back to Udom Suk for two, and that is down. Thailand with a 4-point lead. Kroner looking to create some space. Shimmy shake, gets her right hook to go. There's Bunsen Prom with the fake again off the glass. It trickles in. Game's picked up some speed here in the last minute or so. Maybe is trying to add to with a deep ball. Oh, Kunshan can't squeeze the Wilson, gives it up. Mavius again, looking to operate. Oh, crosses left to right, the separation from Mavius. Second two ball down. Elisa Mavius with the marvelous moves. 14-14, Bonn Baskets looked like they were down and out. But a spree by your Olympic gold medal winner brings them right back. 14 all. And this situation's starting to get tight. Points-wise, right now, it looks like Ulaanbaatar might still go through, even on a Bonn Baskets win. But on a couple more buckets made, they are virtually out. Get you updated with those results in just a little bit. Let's see who can break this tie first. It's Mavius with the rock. Oh, easy pass, but Kroner. That slips out of her hands. The speed for Rian. Zooms by everyone. 68 seconds to go. Mavius can control the rock. Crosses up, gets to the rack. Mavius not enough on it. But a foul called on the play. It looks like it's a foul on Thailand. Is that on the floor in a shooting motion? Mavius here with a backward shot. And then Rar, who's been, again, dominating the boards all day long, gets her team a next possession. Thailand at the bonus. 6 fouls for them. Mavius. Separation. Mavius can't make the two. Hit the last 2 attempts, but this one left short. And basketball short in the game by 1. Thailand could add to that lead. Rungrian. Nope. Kroner gets a hand on it. Udom Suk is off the mark, but the ball sticks with the tie. Rungrian this time challenging Rar with a difficult layup. Over the head. Uh-oh, but now a foul on Thailand. They were up 2, looked like they were safe, but they're into bonus now. Kunchan catches Mavius and sends the young German to the strike. Mavius with 2 attempts could tie the game on both makes. First one is good. Second one as well. We are tied again at 16. Rungrian gets around the screen. Rungrian with the spin move, but Mavius with the good hands. 2 on the shot clock. They have to throw it up. No shot there. Good defense by Baskets Bonn. They get the stop they need. Now they want a timeout to talk things over. As it stands right now with a 16-16 score on a Bonn Baskets win, that would mean Bonn Baskets are through. But it would also mean Thailand's through. Actually, it might actually mean that Bonn Baskets is out if the score stays like this. But of course, we're going to break the tie, get a W for someone. So Ulaanbaatar biting their nails right now. They're hoping for a tie win. That would save their campaign out here in Jakarta. Mavius with the rock in hand. Eliza Mavius with the lead pass into Rar, who is fouled, and that score. Let's see if that score goes. Foul on the play, Bunsen Prom with too much physicality. Score will not count. So Lizan Rar, the 18-year-old, on the strike with 2 free throws to get her team a lead. Rar. First one is off the mark. Her team trying to instill her with some confidence. 5.3 left on the clock. Rar, can she put her team up by 1? She cannot. Kunchan squeezes it. They get it to Udomsuk. Udomsuk on the drive. The kick out. Bunsen Prom is open for the 2, and it's a miss. So we will go to overtime for the first time in today's action. Now, for you people that are new to 3x3, let me explain the rules of overtime. The game clock is off. Shot clock, of course, still in effect. And the first team to score 2 points wins. That's it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now again, in case of a Bonn Baskets win, that would mean Bonn Baskets and Thailand are through. In case of a tie win, with the score as is and Bonn Baskets at 16, they would tie Ulaanbaatar, and a third tiebreaker is rank. That means they're out. Udomsuk with the 2 ball in the front of the rim. Kunchan cleans up the mess. Thailand up by 1. Bonn Baskets want to finish the game here. Mavius rock in hand. 7 on the shot clock. She gets a screen. She gets a look. Melissa Mavius back irons the shot. Hooperts clears out some space. Can't connect. Does just now. Udomsuk squeezes in the rock. And Thailand pick up another win and knock out Bonn Baskets from the tournament. An overtime victory for the Thai ladies, who are 4-0 on day 1 of action here in Jakarta after coming out of the qualifying draw, taking care of the Ulaanbaatar Amazons, who, by the way, are safe. They are through. And now in overtime, taking care of Bonn Baskets, who leave the tournament after the pool phase here on day 1. Heartbreaker for the Germans, heart warmer for the Thai. That concludes Pool C action. Y'all enjoy the highlights. We got one more 10-minute sprint coming up. got one more game to wrap up action in Pool A. Our first look at Uganda, who couldn't make it to their first game of today's action due to some visa trouble. That game forfeited against Spain. Now they got a game against Orléans, who beat Spain. Not sure this game will have any effect on the standings. But Uganda are here and they want to play. First ever foray onto the Women's Series. A very young squad with Nations League players. Lamunu, Nakituka, and Anyango come out together with Nambogo. Nambogo, member of the Under-23 World Cup squad for Uganda in 2024, where they came in 19th. Again, this is their first ever Women's Series event. They couldn't make it to their first game due to some visa issues. But they are here and they are ready. Now they are going to face a stiff competition, let's just say that. Nabala Fofana is joined by Maud Stervinu, the game-winning bucket getter in a 15-13 defeat of Spain for Orléans. Marie Manet, 4 points in that game, has had Noémie Brochant. Balanced effort by Orléans. Could go 2-0 here with a W. Vanessa Devlin will handle the coin toss. She's joined by Kirang Shi as referees in this one. And this last 10-minute sprint will conclude pool action from Jakarta. Of course, we have the knockout rounds tomorrow, and you 3x3 enthusiasts, we have the challenger coming up after that this weekend. So women's and men's action for the first time ever in Indonesia. Some fresh faces on the Women's Series in Uganda facing off with your Women's Series Finals MVP of last year, Marie Manet, member of the French national team. So a steep hill to climb. So let's see what Uganda can do. Sure, there's some people back home cheering these ladies on. Kampala, stand up. And here we go, Uganda at first. A drive to the basket. Wilson is lost. And a 12-second violation to start the game. Stervinu, starts off with a 2. That's how she ended the game against Spain. Miles Stervinu active. Oh, but the answer right away, Lamunu. Mane, another 2's up, this one off the mark. Orléans comes out first, but Uganda punches right back. Sheila Aber Lamunu. Nakituka can't get the righty hook to go down. Stervinu ups for a drive this time. Connects. Difficult shot that is over the backboard. Mane. High post look here for the French. Mane. Shot just off the mark. And her shooting struggles in 2025 continue slightly. Knocked down 1 of 2 long-range shots in that game against Spain, but has not had the best shooting year so far. Misses the layup as well. Uganda stick with the French here. Lamunu is blocked by Mane. That leaves 3.6 seconds for Uganda to get a shot up. We'll see more and more teams from the African continent make it into the FIBA 3x3 Pro Circuit on the men's and the women's side. Uganda being one of them. Sturvino. Speeds to the rack, misses the layup. Rebound squeezed. Oh, lost everybody. Mane with the foul there. What a move by Nambogo. All Mane can do is smile. She got turned around, tried to contest, but then fouls Nambogo for 2 free throws. First one on the mark. Nambogo knocks both down. Corner 2 ball for Sturvino, heavily contested. It still trickles in. And now the French have the rock again, but wait. No chance for Uganda to get possession of that. So warning on the French. Mane will head to the bench. Brochant will get back on the court. Difficult shot there. A 5-5 game after 2 minutes. Both teams have unlocked the offense here early. Fofana bumps. Post up now for Uganda. Go. No good. Now Fofana tries it from 2. Lamunu. Lamunu on the move. Kicks it out. Easy look from 2, but Nagituka can't do it. Sturvino from way downtown. Fofana is open under the basket and breaks the tie here. 6-5 Orléans. Right, the answer right away. Nakatuka gets to it. Sturvino again, a very deep look. Gets it back. Brochant open for 2. Sets her feet. We're 3 minutes into this one. A TV timeout. Orléans has come out. And it's been a little bit flat on the offensive side of the ball. Sturvino got him going with a couple of buckets. But Mane has missed a bunch. They've missed some open looks, and Uganda's come to fight. I'm telling you guys, don't sleep on Uganda. This team can hoop. They won the Nations League in the Africa zone. These ladies know 3x3. It's just a matter of whether they could mentally recover from that visa stuff that happened. A hold up like that is always tough. Spin cycle, but no connection on the lay. And now Uganda's up by 1. Mane. Stervinu. Stervinu's been playing with poise this tournament. Gets to the rack. Her shot selection has been really good. And I like the creation she brings to this Orléans squad. Uganda possession in a 7-7 game. Difficult shot. Lamunu couldn't get it to go. Now, whistle on the play. First foul on Uganda. Mane. That 2-ball goes down. So Mane breaks the tie. Good action for Uganda, but Fofana gets a hand in there. That deflection leaves Uganda with 6 seconds on the shot clock. Nakitsuka plays broken up with Stervinu. Quick clear by the French. Brochant's open. Takes a bump and gets the bucket. Now a 3-point lead for Orléans. Shot there, and Onyango will miss it. It will go out of bounds. She will take a seat. Amunu's back. Also on the floor, some physicality on the defensive end there. Second foul, Uganda. Screen action for the French. Fofana behind the back pass to Brochant. The chemistry on Orléans. But Mane can't finish. Now a deep 2-ball. It's kept in bounds. And somehow kept within the squad as well. The hustle on Lamunu. At the end of the shot clock will only hit the backboard. Possession to the French ladies. Orléans. Get a Mane look yet again. Quick release.
Under 5 minutes remaining. Orleans 10, Uganda 7.
High post screening action to get Stervinu a look. She gets it to Mane. Opts for a drive. Mane. That's money. 4-point lead. Orléans now. Uganda need a bucket. And Onyango can't get it. And another whistle. And another foul on the Uganda ladies. That's number 3. Bit of a bump there. Under 5 minutes to go in our last 10-minute sprint of today's action. Stervinu from the corner with high accuracy. And it's been about Stervinu shooting that has really unlocked Orléans' offense so far today. Can Uganda do something to come back? Lamunu, no. Fofana just bats that out of bounds. Tried it with the fake, but Fofana kept her patience and discipline. And that Wilson was out. 4 seconds to go, a deep 2 ball. Hustle for the ball. And ends up in Brocham's hands. Now, in case of a jump ball, defense will be rewarded possession. In this case, that is the French. Orléans, a fresh 12. Brochamp. That shot is deflected. Can't get it on the second attempt either. Ball screen action for Lamunu. Working on Fofana. Fofana with the steal. Fofana left wide open. That too, not even close. That'll get us to our second TV timeout. Uganda stuck in the game right until the 7-7 mark. It's been Orléans ever since. A 6-0 run for the French ladies. And Uganda has not had an answer for the outside shooting.
Let's go, ladies. Let's go.
3:39 left on the game clock. As I mentioned, that 6-zip run for Orléans. Uganda needs some offense, and they need it fast. That's not going to help. Quick turnover to transition into Brochamp. Goes just out of bounds. No, quick transition for the French again. They keep trying to get a quick bucket after a turnover or a steal. But Uganda keeps getting their hands in there, in this case with a foul though. Seconds. A fresh shot clock there for Orléans. Nakatuka needs to take a seat to tie her shoelaces. This time it's Uganda taking over. Lamunu has a little bit of daylight. This is a 2-ball. Fofana open under the basket, fades on the shot. It's still good. Hook off the glass. Operating. Difficult shot. Good defense, Orléans. But then they turn it right over again. No awareness of the shot clock, so that will be a 12-second violation. Sloppy play here in the last few minutes from both teams. Don't need to be pretty. Orléans sitting comfortable with that 7-point lead right now with 2:26 on the clock. Mane. Yes, ma'am.
67 Orleans.
And then the quick hands from Mane as well. Mane's held up. So a fifth foul on Uganda. Nakatuka can't believe it. Calls a timeout. They want to bring the squad together and talk things over. But it's been Orléans for the last 4 to 5 minutes that have poured on and poured on here. And Brochamp, of course, a part of that off the glass. Pretty turnaround jumper. Fofana getting involved in the action as well.
Let's go, ladies. 2 minutes remaining. Orléans 16 points. Uganda 7.
So a reset for Orléans here. They go to high post look. Mane. And Fofana gets in the possession back. Now it's Stervinu, back to Mane. Mane on the drive. Difficult shot. Heavily contested, so that is a miss. Lamunu now. And that short roll, she can't reach. Mane misses the shot, is down on the floor. There's a short advantage situation for Uganda. They were playing 3-on-2. Now it's back to 3x3. Lamunu. Couple offensive rebounds here for the Ugandan ladies. Lamunu on the move. Oh, well. Mane went flying there. My guess is that's an offensive foul. It is. It's the 6th on Uganda, who almost have as many fouls as they have points. After a promising start to this game, their offense has gone dry. It might still be in customs with those visas. Look at the screen here. Oh, an extended elbow. Anyango inadvertently hits Mane square in the jaw. And that's going to leave a mark. So that is upgraded to an unsportsmanlike foul, which means 2 free throws and possession now for Orléans. Mane. Large lead now for Orléans with 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Looks like the curtains are drawing on Uganda. Put up a valiant effort, especially in the first 3 to 4 minutes. That shot is off the mark, but it wouldn't have counted anyways as the shot clock already went off.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
60 seconds left. Fofana to Stervinu, who's open again. Step through from Anyango is swiped away by Fofana. Rochant, all business. Orléans at game point if they hit it 2. Uganda got Lamunu on the move. Forces a shot up and over Fofana. That goes nowhere. Stervinu with the game in hand. It's the front of the rim. 17 seconds. Good roll pass, but again, can't squeeze it. Now Stervinu kicks it in to Rochant. Loses to Wilson. 8.2 seconds left. And Orléans will get possession back. Six seconds. Stervinu looking for space. Stervinu on the drive, kicks it out. Fofana with the last-second shot attempt. It's off the mark. But Orléans picks up a well-deserved 19-7 victory. They went on a 12-zip run to close this game out. Uganda showed effort. Were fearless in the first few minutes. but ran out of gas there against the more experienced Orléans squad. We will not be seeing them again in the knockout rounds. Hopefully we'll see them back on the women's series in the future. Orléans picks up this one 19-7. Y'all enjoy this last set of highlights from today's action before we get you updated on the pool situations, as well as we'll be playing tomorrow.
Teman-teman, itu tadi adalah game terakhir untuk hari ini. Terima kasih banyak untuk semua yang sudah menyaksikan pertandingan demi pertandingan di Christchurch 3x3 Jakarta 2025 untuk Women's Series Day 1. Kita besok masih akan ada pertandingan, dan besok game ini akan dimulai dari jam 4 sore. Jadi pastiin untuk hadir lagi, nonton lagi, dukung tim sama pemain-pemain favorit kalian. Jangan lupa di hari Sabtu dan Minggu kita masih ada FIBA 3x3 dari Jakarta. Dan kalau misalnya kamu pengen tahu informasi lebih lengkapnya, silahkan follow Instagramnya @3x3jkt. Terima kasih, selamat malam, sampai jumpa besok.
As mentioned, that concludes today's action. Here are your results. Orléans, Australia, Japan, and Thailand unbeaten out of pool play. Spain, Philippines, Singapore, and the Ulaanbaatar Amazons through as well, going 1-1. We'll be saying goodbye to Uganda, Jakarta, Christchurch, and Bonn Baskets. They will be enjoying the sights and sounds of Indonesia as of today. So that leaves us with the following brackets. Orléans will meet up with the Ulaanbaatar Amazons, Japan and the Philippines in a clash of Asian powers, Australia and Singapore, and then Thailand and Spain as your last quarterfinals. That action will start tomorrow at 4:10 p.m. local time. I expect you to be there. I expect you not to be late, and I expect you to enjoy the show. Look, this was Boz Rosendahl, a.k.a. The Mountain, from Jakarta at the Women's Series stop here. I will talk to you guys tomorrow at the quarterfinals, 4:10 p.m. local time. Don't be late.
Baik, panggilan